Romanian Eagle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. The army needs funds. Edel was in the room for a day, and when he came out the next morning, the head guard looked at the crown prince with concern, making him a little embarrassed. However, under the deliberate flattery of the two maids, Edel really felt a little squeezed. Is there anything the chief guard is looking for from me? Edel asked while sitting behind the desk. His Royal Highness, the chief of staff of Prezhan is here. The chief of the guard said to the crown prince. Edel heard that the chief of the general staff came over and said to Callist, "Please come in, chief of staff." After a while, the chief of the general staff, Prezhan, walked in tall and straight, wearing a military uniform and holding a document in his hand. "I have seen your highness." Facing the crown prince, Prezhan was still very polite. "I don't know what the general is coming here for this time." Edel's concern for the army is still in the first place, especially the army is what concerns him the most. This time, it is mainly for his highness to see our newly prepared military training plan. Prezhan handed the training plan in his hand to the crown prince, and Edel started to read it after taking it. In this training plan of Ploiesti, the training volume of each division has increased a lot. In the field armed march, army shooting training, medical rescue training, and the newly added transport vehicle maintenance training, etc. have their own emphasis on increasing. In particular, the 3 divisions with the worst reorganization last year will receive targeted training this year. This year, Ploiesti prepared 13 million rounds of infantry machine guns for these 3 divisions, and 9,000 rounds of training shells plus 600 tons of other military supplies. He vowed that the 3 new divisions who were dragging their feet would be ruthless. Practice out. Edel took a general look and felt that Chief of Staff Prezhan was still very attentive to this training plan and strengthened training for each division targeting weak points. Although Edel doesn't know much about the military, he can still see the general idea after reorganizing it over the past few years. "Very well done," Edel said to Chief of General Staff Prezhan. "After reading the pages, last year's inspection was too bad, and this time we have to let them come up with the results." Prezhan explained to the crown prince. Edel certainly knows how bad it was last year. This year, the military all want to save face, but it still needs the cooperation of the government. He directly asked the biggest question: funding. "How much money do you plan to invest in this training plan?" In the face of the questioning going out, Ploiesti answered in a weak voice, "For this training plan, our general staff estimates 35 million lei. As long as the funds are sufficient, this training will eliminate the problems caused by insufficient funds." After hearing the boast of the chief of staff of Prezhan, Edel knew that the problem now lies in the funding. Otherwise, Ploiesti would not have spoken to him like this, so the crown prince had to cooperate with the chief of staff. "How far is it now?" After hearing the question from the crown prince, Prezhan said quickly, "It's still 15 million lei away." After hearing the answer from the chief of the general staff, Edel asked, a little puzzled, "I remember that the budget for the army at the beginning of this year was 94 million lei. This year, the army does not have a large amount of ordnance procurement. Is it not enough?" In the face of the crown prince's question, General Prezhan could only report the specific expenses to him. "His Royal Highness, although the military expenditure this year has been reduced by a large amount of reorganization costs, the cost of the navy has increased by 6 million lei this year, and this year's replenishment of ordnance still has a cost of 13 million lei. In addition to the training fee, to make up for the lack of last year, an increase of 17 million lei over the previous year. But in fact this year's military spending is not enough." After hearing Ploiesti's explanation, Edel knew that the army had sufficient funds in recent years, and the budget fluctuated greatly. This time, the government was a little bit stuck on the military, and this is what is happening now. Prezhan is looking for him now, hoping that Wang Energy will get enough military spending by putting pressure on the government. Edel is now well aware of the military's intentions, which is to cry poor. But now Edel is a little surprised by the military's reaction. This was something he didn't expect. "I know about this situation. I will issue a document to the Prime Minister tomorrow, asking him to consider your difficulties. After thinking about it, Edel told Ploiesti his solution. This is the result of the Crown Prince's deliberation. Now that the new Prime Minister Ploiesti has just taken office, it is time to consolidate his position. Edel is also not good at imposing his will on the government, which is not good for the royal family. It is still necessary to leave some power for the Romanian nobles and political families to fight for, otherwise they will unite and express their ideas to the royal family. After hearing the Crown Prince's words, Prezhan knew that this was the Crown Prince's last bottom line. It is estimated that the military will not have such preferential treatment in the future. After returning to the general staff, it is necessary for these staffs to prepare the military's budget in the future. How much needs to be calculated clearly in order to compete for the share belonging to the military in future budget meetings. Thank you, His Royal Highness, for your concern for the army. We will serve as a sharp blade for the kingdom to protect Romania's own interests. Prezhan told the Crown Prince the military's attitude, which is what Edel needs most now. General Prezhan hopes that you can help me train the sharp edge so that I can see its radiant side. Facing the Crown Prince's encouragement, Prezhan left contentedly. Seeing the Chief of General Staff walking out of the room, Edel knew that this was not an encouragement but a requirement, and if Prezhan couldn't come up with the standard he demanded, he would be given up. After the Chief of Staff left, Edel called a bodyguard and handed him the training report given by Prezhan to the bodyguard. You give this document to the Prime Minister and he will know what to do. Okay, Your Highness. At the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Ploiesti is in his office, watching a training plan for the army handed to him by a guard. He knew the intention of the Crown Prince to let him see this training plan, but he was surprised by the military training plan. This is 7% of the total fiscal revenue, and there are many major expenditures that are not as high as this. Prime Minister Ploiesti walked back and forth in the office thinking, and now the Crown Prince means that he has no way to refuse. First, he came to power, and the power has not been fully controlled. Second, this is the first time that the Crown Prince has asked the government to do things well and refuse, and the government has sufficient funds for the time being. After thinking about it, Prime Minister Ploiesti went to the desk and wrote an instruction for the staff to send to the Ministry of Finance. In this signed approval note, a special grant of 15 million lei was granted to the army to improve the military's condition. Watching the staff leave the office with their own approval slips, Prime Minister Ploiesti's plan to increase investment in medical care and education was in vain. He has no choice but to resolutely resist such a situation next year. This chapter has been dragged on for a long time. Sorry for the lack of time for the Chinese New Year, and it is hard to add the mobile phone code. Chapter 100 until the Second Morocco Crisis. After the military got the funding it wanted, Romania has been quiet in the past few months. The government is functioning well, agriculture is also enjoying good weather this year, and industry is developing steadily. In a word, the country is prosperous and the people are safe. Edel also works half a day and rests half a day. As the wedding date approached, he also increased training in wedding etiquette. Naturally, he had a large group of people busy with his marriage, and the most enthusiastic of them was his mother, Queen Elizabeth. Just as Romania is steadily growing, in Morocco, North Africa, an event is taking place here that is drawing European attention. At the end of March 1911, a rebellion against the Sudan broke out in Morocco. By early April, the Sultan was besieged in his palace in Fez. Under the pretext of protecting the lives and property of Europeans, the French prepared to send troops to help suppress the rebellion, and sent troops to occupy most of Morocco at the end of April. On June 8, Spanish troops occupied Larache. Faced with this situation, the German government, which had benefited from the first Moroccan crisis, believed that it was a violation of German interests, and the Panther gunboat arrived at the port of Agadir on the pretext of protecting German trade interests. More importantly, a few days later, the Bremen-class cruiser Berlin also arrived in the port of Agadir, forming a small fleet with the gunboat Leopard that arrived earlier. The main purpose of this move by the German government is to test whether the relationship between Britain and France is solid, and it can also ask France to compensate for the commercial losses caused by Morocco's effective control to Germany. In the face of German moves, the British began to worry that Germany's arrival would disrupt the situation in North Africa. Now the main fulcrum of the Royal Navy of the British Empire in the Mediterranean, the naval base of Gibraltar is not far from the port of Agadir. The British Navy believed the Germans intended to turn Agadir into a naval base in the Atlantic Ocean. Britain immediately dispatched warships from the Mediterranean fleet to Morocco to prevent the outbreak of war between France and Germany due to the Moroccan issue. And as with the first Moroccan crisis, British support for France showed Germany the strength of the Entente point. When Edel received the news, the Moroccan, British and French navies had already surrounded the German fleet in the port of Agadir. In the face of this Moroccan crisis, Edel still has an impression, which is due to the fact that he was preparing to write a German historical novel in his previous life and specially checked the information. The manager can't remember the specific circumstances, but the general situation still has an image. Edel looked at the information in his hand and compared the memory of his previous life, and it seemed that they were similar. Pay close attention now. Edel, who held the intelligence in his hand, instructed Karist. Okay, Your Highness. After the head guard agreed, he walked out of Edel's office. After watching Karist go out, Edel continued to be busy arranging domestic work. Under the close watch of Edel, the British and French counterattacks against Germany continued. On July 4th, a sudden financial turmoil broke out in Germany. This financial turmoil came too suddenly, causing a large number of people to suffer heavy losses in this storm. The Frankfurt stock market plunged 30% in one day, and many people's efforts were wiped out. The stock market is also the same. A large number of German securities were thrown out, which caused panic among the people in the market. They began to ask the bank to exchange gold for gold, which caused the German National Bank to lose a lot of gold reserves. Lost a fifth of its gold reserves in a month. In the palace in Berlin, the Kaiser is anxiously discussing the financial turmoil with Prime Minister Bernhard. The financial turmoil that broke out in Frankfurt this time was too sudden, and many people suffered heavy losses. Now there are rumors all over the world. Our bank has also been run, and a large number of people holding marks are demanding to exchange gold. What should we do now? Prime Minister Bernhard questioned the emperor, a little uneasy. It's not that the Prime Minister is cowardly, it's mainly that Germany is now at odds with Britain and France in Morocco. He was afraid that if it continued, it would be the same as the first time, with both sides gathering troops on the border to create tension. It is unbearable for Germany, which has a sudden financial turmoil. I know the financial hardships, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. Of course, William II knew the Prime Minister's purpose, but the thought that Britain would actually unite with the feuding France against Germany made his resentment against the United Kingdom increase a lot. He had also had the idea of reconciling with Britain before. As long as the British recognize the status achieved by Germany, they can challenge all European powers like the 30 Years' War, and this time Britain and Germany will win, which is his affirmation of the strongest combination of the German army and the British Navy. It's a pity that the Kaiser's wink was thrown at the blind man. Britain turned a blind eye to Germany's friendship and directly joined France and Russia in hostility to Germany. The ambitious Wilhelm II couldn't understand it. In fact, this is easy to understand. Now Germany and the United States are the two fastest growing backward industrial countries. Since industrial products need a market, Britain and France, which now occupy the largest market share in colony, have reasons to oppose spoilers. And because of the problems of geography and size, Britain and France have no way to take the United States, so Germany under the nose is able to make a fuss. Coupled with the territorial conflict between Germany and France, then Britain and France are the same on the German issue, plus Russia, which is controlled by French capital. This will be a very stable combination. In a word, Germany is chosen as a soft persimmon. This time, the algorithm of Chinese chess is one of the highest. After pondering, William II could only retreat in the face of the current combination of Britain and France. The Moroccan incident also allowed him to see the figures of Britain and Germany drifting apart. In this sudden financial turmoil, he suspects that Britain and France are among them. Coupled with the current confrontation in Morocco, the two countries have every reason to do so. After all, French capital is much stronger than Germany, and with the British, it is entirely feasible to create a financial turmoil. Your Majesty, shall I arrange for the Foreign Ministry to release goodwill to them, British and French? Prime Minister Bernhard proposed a solution. You can arrange it, but you can't give in too much in terms of interests, otherwise it will be difficult for the country to explain. The emperor stated his conditions. Okay, your majesty, I will make it clear to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they, Britain and France, don't want Germany to submit. We should take a step back at most. The prime minister replied and walked out of the palace. On July 7th, the German ambassador in Paris informed the French government that Germany had no territorial desire in Morocco and would negotiate a compensation for Germany in the Congo region, and Germany could give up its economic interests in Morocco. The French side saw Germany's concessions and agreed to negotiate to solve the problem. The German clause, presented on July 15th, contained an offer for France to abandon northern Cameroon and the Togo region, requiring France to transfer the entire French Congo from the mouth of the Sangha River to Germany, and later French transfers were added to win Belgium. Congo's rights. On July 21st, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, speaking in the hall of his mansion in London, declared that national honour is more precious than peace. If British interests are seriously affected, we must defend the interests of the British Empire. Now I strongly point out that achieving peace at such a price is an unbearable humiliation for a great nation like ours. Germany interpreted the remarks as a warning from Britain that it could not impose unreasonable solutions on France. In Edil's office in Romania, the head of the guard is reporting the latest situation of the Moroccan crisis to the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness has made concessions. Now that Germany has made concessions, and now it is mainly France that is negotiating with it, and the UK just said that its interests cannot be damaged. After hearing the report from the captain of the bodyguard, Edel knew that this crisis only had the finishing touches, but it was impossible to end it in a short time. What's the matter with the captain of the guard? Edel looked at the captain of the guard, who seemed to have something to report, and asked. His Royal Highness now has an update on the Italian situation and needs to report it to you. Italy? Edel thought in his heart, what can happen to this country that has good relations with Romania? Go ahead. In the face of the Crown Prince's inquiry, Kerist reported the abnormality found by the Romanian oil company to the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, the Italian government recently urgently purchased 80,000 tons of refined oil from the oil company, and it is urgent and does not care much about the price. After hearing the chief guard's words, Edel immediately felt a different message. 80,000 tons of refined oil is not a small amount. It can only be said that Italy wants to make trouble in this crisis. Edel was sitting behind the desk thinking. The captain of the bodyguard stood there and did not dare to disturb the Crown Prince's thoughts. Edel accidentally saw the globe next to him, and his memory came up. Going forward and flipping the globe, I saw that Italy was still Ottoman territory across the sea. Edel remembered that it was Italian territory during World War II. Before the First World War, there seemed to be an Italian-Turkish war, so was it this time. Edel thought of this, and immediately ordered it. Pay close attention to what's going on in Italy. I guess they have an idea for Ottoman. Okay, Your Highness, I will arrange for the people below to pay more attention to Italy. Go. Looking at the departing captain, Edel thought about the performance of Italy in the two world wars. This is really not a nation suitable for fighting. The final solution to the crisis in Morocco was that Franco-German negotiations on the Fez Treaty led to a convention under which Germany accepted French protection of Morocco in exchange for the French colony of Central Equatorial Africa, now the Republic of Congo, territory. This 275,000 square kilometer, 106,000 square mile territory, known as New Cameroon, Northeast Congo, became part of the German colony of Cameroon. The area was partly swampy, but gave Germany an outlet on the Congo River. Germany cedes a small part of its territory to France. My mistake. I didn't think it would be more difficult to code words at home. Chapter 103 The Wedding. As time approaches, Romania is looking forward to the wedding of the Crown Prince. Part of it is respect for the royal family, and part of it is because the royal family has deeply penetrated the Romanian economy, and a large number of people have profited from the royal family's enterprises. On September 10th, the Austro-Hungarian delegation led by Crown Prince Ferdinand took the Austro-Hungarian royal train to Bucharest. Prime Minister Brezhnev brought Romanian officials to greet him on the platform. This time, led by the Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary, we can also see the weight of Romania in Austria-Hungary's heart, which is an affirmation of Romania's development in recent years. The protagonist of the family group, Princess Sophie Mary, is sitting in the luxurious private room, curiously observing the world outside the window through the car window. Princess, you saw us in Bucharest. Anna, the maid who was also observing the window, said to Princess Sophie Mary like a little sparrow. I see. Can't you stop on the road and keep talking all the way? Princess Sophie Mary, who was talking about Anna, was also looking out the window. After meeting with Crown Prince Edel, she has been writing letters to contact the two sides. But for a girl who is in love, letters can never represent a real person, and now she wants to see her lover again. But I heard someone talking in my sleep last night, like Edel misses you so much. Anna's words made Princess Sophie Mary blushed, and she rolled up her sleeves and planned to clean up this bold girl. Just then there was a knock on the door. Sophie Mary hurriedly sorted her clothes with Anna's help and returned to the image of a lady, and Anna also stood behind her in a proper manner. Please come in. Following Sophie Mary's answer, an Austro-Hungarian royal guard opened the door and saluted the princess. His Royal Highness, Bucharest is here. The Crown Prince and Grand Duke Otto Franz are waiting for you to pass. Okay, I know. With Sophie Mary's answer, the Austro-Hungarian royal guard left the princess' private room. After a while, Sophie Mary came to the door of the carriage with her maid Anna, and saw that the Crown Prince Ferdinand and her father, Archduke Otto Franz, were waiting for her in full costumes. After the princess stepped forward to greet the two of them separately, Archduke Otto Franz asked, "Why so late? I'm doing my macu." Princess Sophie Mary never mentioned that she was joking about forgetting the time. Okay, let's get ready to go. The uncle, Archduke Ferdinand, persuaded her father, Archduke Otto Franz, to get out of the car with a smile. After saying that, Prime Minister Bricianu, who was waiting on the platform, saw Archduke Ferdinand getting off the bus first and immediately stepped forward to greet him. I have seen His Royal Highness Crown Prince Ferdinand. Prime Minister Bricianu, who walked in front of Archduke Ferdinand, took the lead in greeting. You're welcome, Prime Minister. This time I mainly bring my niece Sophie Mary to complete the marriage, which is also the result of a further relationship between Austria-Hungary and Romania. Archduke Ferdinand knew about this Bricianu before, a prime minister who favored Britain and France. After he got the post of prime minister, the ambassadors of Britain, France, and Russia went to his house to congratulate him. Although Crown Prince Ferdinand has a lot of opinions on the prime minister in his heart, he still looks like a good friend whom he has not seen for many years. His Royal Highness Ferdinand is right. Our relationship with the Austro-Hungarian Empire is indeed improving. Prime Minister Bricianu followed the words of the Austro-Hungarian Crown Prince and then talked with Archduke Otto Franz to express his friendship. Finally, standing in front of Princess Sophie Mary, Prime Minister Bricianu stood in front of the good-looking fiancée of the Crown Prince. A standard meeting with the royal family was made by the Prime Minister, and he told the princess, after finishing it. Having seen Her Royal Highness, the Romanian people will cheer for your arrival. Thanks to the Prime Minister for your compliment. I also love the Romanian people deeply. Princess Sophie Mary politely replied to the Prime Minister. After a cordial conversation, Prime Minister Bricianu took them to the Blore Palace, where the rest of the royal family stayed. On the way to the Blore Palace, a long procession of carriages drove down the street. Outside, the soldiers of the 1st Guard Division were on duty, and there were Romanian people waving enthusiastically at them. These people have long known that there is their beloved Crown Prince fiancé in this motorcade, which is to show their respect to the royal family. In the 4th carriage, Sophie Mary and her maiden observe the view of Bucharest. His Royal Highness, look at this place, is not too different from Vienna. I heard that the streets of Bucharest are not very good, but I didn't expect the difference to be big. Maiden began to play her sparrow role again. Okay Anna, can't you stop? You've been talking all the way, aren't you thirsty? Facing the princess words, Anna thought about it seriously. I'm really thirsty, and I need to drink some water. After speaking, he picked up the water glass and took a sip. Ha ha ha. Sophie Mary was amused by her little confused maid. Anna inexplicably watched the princess laughing at herself, thinking that the makeup on her face was smeared, and hurriedly picked up the mirror to look at her appearance. This made Sophie Mary smile even happier. She covered her stomach with her hands and looked like she was laughing with a stomachache, which made the confused Anna a little confused. Sophie Mary, who was slightly relieved, said to Anna, "How will you live, Anna? I'm going to be teased to death by you. Princess, I will follow you, and Anna will not go anywhere in the future. While they were laughing, the carriage finally reached the Bloor Palace. After the group got off the bus, it was a little strange that Princess Sophie Mary covered her stomach with her hands. Archduke Otto Franz still cared about his daughter and stepped forward to ask, "What's the matter with you, Mary? Father is fine. It's just that Anna tells me a joke and my stomach hurts a little bit. It'll be fine in a while." Princess Sophie Mary replied. Hearing that Archduke Otto Franz, who was the reason, didn't say anything, the group walked into the Bloor Palace. The Bloor Palace was built in 1881 on the order of King Carol of Romania. There are a total of 89 rooms, scattered in three three-story conjoined buildings. All kinds of decorations in the building are small and exquisite. There are also many fountains, statues, and gardens outside the building. The most famous statue of angels is based on Romania, created by the most famous painter Theodor Oman. In this small palace, many other royal aristocrats and heads of government have been entertained, and now the Austro-Hungarian relatives also live in this palace. Princess, what are we doing now? Maidana asked Sophie Mary. Get ready to rest. I'm too tired on the train, replied Princess Sophie Mary, who was half lying on the bed, watching the servants rush to and fro. After hearing what the princess said, Anna also threw herself on the bed. Now tired, the Austro-Hungarian family will start rehearsing for the wedding after a day off. Chapter 104. The wedding. After the Austrian-Hungarian family group had a day off, Edel personally came to meet the Austrian-Hungarian Princess Sophie Mary for rehearsal. But still cannot ease the pain of each other's love sickness. I have seen His Royal Highness Edel. Princess Sophie Mary greeted Edel with a blushing face in front of everyone. Edel walked up to the princess and held her hand. "Sophie Mary, I'm coming to pick you up for the rehearsal." Compared to Sophie Mary's embarrassed expression in front of everyone, Edel is much more generous, probably because of his thicker skin. Seeing the performance of the two young couples, everyone laughed kindly. This made Sophie Mary's pretty face even redder, but she still did not break free from the crown prince's hand, which was regarded as the default crown prince's performance. Then let's go. In the end, it was Archduke Otto Franz, the princess' father, who said that this relieved the princess' embarrassment. After hearing her father's words, the princess blushed and stepped on small steps and quickly pulled Edel onto the carriage that greeted them. Looking at his daughter's performance, Archduke Otto Franz smiled dryly and said to his elder brother, Archduke Ferdinand, the crown prince, "It seems that my daughter doesn't belong to me now. But she also found her own happiness, and she was blessed by everyone, didn't she?" Archduke Ferdinand said to his brother. He remembered his marriage and finally found true love, but the nobles in the royal family were all against it. It has been more than 10 years, but he still cannot get the support of most people. Now the noble circle still does not accept his wife. He is quite old in his heart, but there is nothing he can do. Archduke Otto Franz looked at his brother's dark and melancholy eyes. He didn't know how sad he was, so he could only pat him on the shoulder and say something comforting. "Brother, don't think too much. They will eventually accept Sophie, and Hornburg will become your queen." After hearing his brother's words, Archduke Ferdinand knew it was just words of consolation. If the Austro-Hungarian nobles and other members of the royal family really gave in so easily, he wouldn't have to worry about it for more than 10 years. The crown prince was still very clear that it was not the time to be sad, so he cheered up and boarded the carriage with his younger brother, Archduke Otto Franz, to watch the rehearsal scene. Under the guidance of the officers and soldiers of the Imperial Guard Division, the group took a carriage to the first stop, the Romanian Orthodox Church headquarters Cathedral of the Emirates, where they will receive the blessing of Patriarch Bardock Vinay. In the moving carriage, Edel looked at his lovely fiancée and asked, holding her hand, "Mary, I miss you every day in Romania." When he said this, Edel couldn't help thinking of his two maids. In early August, he sent them to Constanta and gave them a new life. After hearing Edel's love words, Sophie Mary is much better than everyone else. I miss you Edel too, and I miss you every day in Vienna. The two lived in a two-person world in a carriage, and Anna, the maid in the carriage behind, was sitting and sulking. The princess doesn't care about Anna when she sees the crown prince. She whispered in a voice that only she could hear. After a while, the carriage came to the Cathedral of the Emirates, and the group got off the carriage and looked at the small church in front of them. The Emirates Cathedral is a masonry building with a hall for worship that accommodates 200 people. It has 4 distinct cylindrical attics, with a huge cross inlaid at the top of the attic. The Cathedral of the Emirates was built in the 17th century, and is now the headquarters of the Romanian Orthodox Church, located on a hill south of Bucharest. As the supreme leader of the nearly 10,000 clergymen in Romania, Bardok Vinai, of course, will not let go of the role of officiating the wedding of the crown prince. After all, even the most powerful Russian patriarch in the Orthodox diocese has to submit to the kingship, not to mention that in Romania, a country with a prosperous kingship, the patriarch is now welcoming them at the door of the church. Good day, His Royal Highness. Patriarch Bardok. When I first said to Edda, I have seen Your Excellency the Patriarch, I will trouble you this time. Edda is also full of respect for the 67-year-old. After all, the elderly still need respect. Then the patriarch showed his goodwill to the other protagonist of the wedding, Princess Sophie Mary. Although she still believes in Catholicism, the princess still greeted the patriarch politely. After greeting Archduke Otto Franz and Archduke Ferdinand, a group of clergymen entered the church. His Royal Highness, you just need to walk in according to the procedure, and I will preside over the wedding for the two of you. The diocese has prepared 2 choirs specially for this wedding, which are children selected from various churches in Romania. Among them, Her Royal Highness Princess consists of 4 girls accompany and lead to His Royal Highness Patriarch Bardok. When I personally explained the process of the church to the 2 newcomers, the Romanian royal family is very grateful to His Excellency the Patriarch for his support of the wedding. Edel said after listening to the Patriarch's explanation. Edel and Princess Sophie Mary consulted with the Patriarch for a while and made a walk. The 2 Austro-Hungarian archdukes accompanied the whole process, and each had his own role. Archduke Otto Franz was responsible for bringing his daughter into the arena and handing her over to Edda. Archduke Ferdinand delivered a congratulatory message from Austria-Hungary. After doing all this, the group said goodbye to the Patriarch and left. Thank you, Your Excellency Patriarch, for your hard work. Edel thanked Bardok very considerately. As a 67-year-old man, Bardok has long been exhausted. However, he would not show it before the crown prince, and wished the crown prince in a strong spirit. It's not too hard. May the Holy Father, Son, Holy Spirit be with you. After saying goodbye to the Patriarch, the Crown Prince and his party left the Cathedral of the Emirates. Bardok sat on the bench with a tired face after watching the Crown Prince walk away. The waiter beside the Patriarch stepped forward to help him and asked with concern, Your Excellency Patriarch, are you okay? Bardok waved to indicate that he didn't need help. I have no problem, just a little tired, and a rest. Your Excellency Patriarch, I don't know something. The waiter asked him. Go ahead. Looking at the young waiter in front of him, Bardok asked him to ask questions. He was known to all in the church as a kind and friendly patriarch who was willing to help with questions raised by others. Why do you respect the crown prince so much, and you don't have such an attitude towards His Majesty the King? Facing this waiter's question, Patriarch Bardok said with a smile, that's because of the first, from the development and growth of Romania under the leadership of the crown prince in the past few years, it can be seen that he is a very capable person and has his own ideas. Second, he is still very young, only 21 years old. The young waiter generally understood what the patriarch meant. Chapter 105 The Wedding Next. After a day of rehearsal with Princess Sophie Mary, Edel began preparing for the wedding. The weather on September 14th was sunny and cloudless, with colorful flags fluttering on the streets of Bucharest. A large number of people gathered in the streets to wait for the wedding, and many people came from other areas just to witness the match made in heaven. For Romanians, the wedding of the crown prince is the biggest festival of the year in the palace. Edel got up very early, and a large group of people worked on him. Now he is dressed in a white military uniform and riding boots according to the tradition, and the whole person is very heroic. The mother, Queen Elizabeth, was very satisfied with the image of her son, and the ladies next to her commented on him. It is indeed the masterpiece of Master Chaks. It really fits my son's image too much. The other ladies beside him also agreed. The main thing is that the crown prince is handsome and extraordinary, and wearing this dress can have such a bonus. Master Chaks just entrusted the crown prince to be better, seeing his mother and those women commenting on him. Edel could only sigh secretly. Before, my mother only liked to participate in cultural salons, and in the past few years, she has gradually started to deal with these women. He called the captain of the guard to ask, "Is the princess ready? I just made a phone call, and the preparations are almost there, and it will be carried out according to the plan." Karist is also one of the busier people today. He has to follow the crown prince all the way and coordinate all aspects, but he also prepared several assistants to help him take care of today's affairs. Then let's go. With the order of the crown prince, various departments began to operate. First, the guards began to line up the streets from the royal palace to the Blore palace. Today all Romanians know about the crown prince's wedding, and the streets of Bucharest are much less vehicular, so the police who are evacuating traffic can breathe a sigh of relief. Now the crown prince's open-topped carriage is parked at the gate of the Blore palace. Today, the crown prince is driven by the chief guard Karist and the minister of industry Karachari. The two are also dressed up, but in order to distinguish themselves from the crown prince, who is wearing a white military uniform, they are wearing black military uniforms today. Princess Sophie Mary, who was ready for a long time, was also radiant. She was so dazzling in her white wedding dress and her beautiful face with a little powder. "Are you ready, my fiancé?" Edel asked in a low voice when she walked to Sophie Mary. "I'm ready." Princess Sophie Mary is not so shy today. It seems that she has adjusted her mentality. After she finished speaking, she took Edel's hand generously and walked out of the gate of Blore Palace with him. The crowd waiting outside burst into cheers when they saw the two come out. They saw Sophie Mary's beautiful and moving face, and they cried out for the beautiful couple. "Come and wave to the audience with me," Edel whispered to Sophie Mary, who was about to become his wife. The two waved to the people who were watching from all sides, which made the atmosphere of the scene rise, and the cheers became more enthusiastic. In a corner of the street, two beautiful young women in dresses and veil caps were also evaluating the pair. "The crown prince and this princess are really a good match," one of them said to another tall woman beside him. "Amina, are you really willing?" This tall and slender woman was Carialuna. "Carialuna, what can we do if we are not reconciled? After all, the gap is too big." Emina, who was wearing a hat, said slightly resentfully. "Yeah, we are too far apart." Carialuna also seemed to be aroused by a trace of resentment in her heart. After all, the beloved man is not married to the bride, and no one can show that they don't care. Now we ignore the two former maids who sneaked in to watch, and the camera turns to the newlyweds at the wedding. Edel took Princess Sophie Mary and boarded the carriage to the Emirates Cathedral amid the cheers of many onlookers. In the carriage, the two of them were separated by the officers and soldiers of the Imperial Guard Division, frequently waving to the cheering people on both sides of the road. By the time the wedding carriage arrived at the cathedral, the spectators had already arrived. Due to the capacity of the church, in addition to the envoys from various countries and the Austro-Hungarian send-off group, there are only ministers and cabinet ministers in the government departments, and the army is also dominated by senior officers, major generals and above. The nobles come the most, but they are also above the viscounts. Edel has been in control of the power for all these years, and has long turned a blind eye to the second. He was led by the attendant to the icon in front of the hall, where Patriarch Bardovini was already waiting for him here in full costume. Princess Sophie Mary is ready outside the door, and she will enter under the leadership of her father, Archduke Otto Franz. Seeing that everything was ready, Patriarch Bardovini pressed his hands down to indicate that the wedding was about to start, and the church immediately quieted down with the Patriarch's actions. Seeing that the guests were all quiet, King Baldacquini started his speech at the wedding ceremony. Today, on this beautiful day, we will witness the wedding of a couple. This handsome young man will marry a noble wife on this sacred occasion, and we are witnesses to this wedding. As the Patriarch's voice fell, the children and the choir standing behind him began to sing hymns. With the sound of this childlike singing, Archduke Otto Franz walked in slowly with his daughter Princess Sophie Mary. He walked over to Edel and whispered after handing his daughter over to Edel. "Please be kind to her, I will point," the crown prince whispered to his father-in-law. After hearing Edel's words, Archduke Otto Franz patted him on the shoulder and walked to the front seat to sit down. Is it a little sad? Archduke Ferdinand, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and asked in a low voice. Yes, Archduke Otto Franz answered his brother's question. Even if he was a playboy, he wanted his daughter to find a happy marriage. After the hymn, Patriarch Bardok Vinay began to question Edda according to the procedure. His Royal Highness Edel Hohenzollern Sigmaringen, are you willing to marry this woman by your side and walk with her through the long journey of life, whether poor or rich? I would point. King Bardok Vinay, who received the answer from the crown prince, asked Princess Sophie Mary, Princess Sophie Mary Francis Cartoni Alberta von Hornburg, would you be willing to marry this young man beside you as a wife? Be loyal to him and never leave him. I would. After the two newcomers agreed, Patriarch Bardok Vinay took the two hands and said, "In this temple of God, I solemnly announce that the two newlyweds are now married." After hearing the patriarch's voice fall, the children's voices of the choir sounded again. At this time, a waiter came to the crown prince with a laurel crown, and Edel took the crown and put it on the head of his wife Sophie Mary. At this time, all the guests present stood up and applauded warmly, wishing the new couple. Queen Elizabeth, who was sitting next to Edel, shed tears of happiness after watching her son's marriage announcement. Okay Elizabeth, all the guests are here. Caroline persuaded his wife with white hair and took out a hand towel to wipe the tears from her eyes. I know, but I can't help it, Queen Elizabeth replied, wiping away her tears. Edel took the crown Princess Sophie Mary, who is now his wife, to accept everyone's congratulations, but did not find any abnormality beside him. After receiving the blessings of the guests, Edda took his wife in a carriage and came to the square in front of the palace to accept the blessings of the Romanian people. The Romanian people's love for the royal family can be seen from the cheers. Chapter 106. The Italian-Turkish War broke out. The early morning sun shone into the room. Edel slowly woke up, took off the jade arm carrying his new wife Sophie Mary, and got out of bed. Princess Sophie Mary, who was awakened by her new husband's actions, opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Edel, who was already up. You take a break. Edel saw that he was awakened by his wife and said with concern. He knew that his wife was exhausted these few nights after getting married. Who made her so beautiful and beautiful? The crown prince couldn't bear the temptation in his heart at all, so he could only wrong her. Okay. His wife Sophie Mary replied sweetly and gave Edel a sweet smile after speaking. It seemed that she was quite satisfied with her newlywed life. Edel walked out of the room and happened to meet the captain of the guard, Karist, who came over and said to him, His Royal Highness, I just received news that Italy has issued an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Turkey is required to hand over the territory of North Africa to Italy for escrow. The reason is that the Italians have been treated unfairly there. Bring it here and show it to me. The captain of the guard, Karist, handed the telegram he had just obtained to the crown prince, and Edel took it and looked at it carefully. Across the Italian Sea from Ottoman Tripolitania and Cyrenaica is a desert in North Africa with limited economic value but important strategic position. It faces off against Sicily and has control over the narrower seas in the middle of the Mediterranean. In 1881, in the process of dividing up the North African territory occupied by the Turkish Porte government, Algeria, the French invaded and gradually reduced it to a colony in 1830, and Tunisia, 1881, successively became the protected territories of France. The nominal territory is also owned by the Western colonists, and France is preparing to annex the Turkish provinces of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica on this ground. Libya. This attempt was opposed by European countries, especially Italy, which had long wanted to establish colonies in North Africa. To this end, Italy actively engaged in political and diplomatic activities, reached agreements and tacit understandings with various powers, formed a tripartite alliance between Germany and Austria, and recognized Italy's interests in North Africa. In preparation for the annexation of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, Italy, from 1880 to 1911, continued to emigrate and dispatch merchants to the two places to buy land and actively expand its power. to send naval officers to replace fishermen's clothes in the name of catching sponges off the coast of Tripolitania, to carry out coastal surveys, instructing Italian Catholic priests to go deep into the interior, to collect intelligence in the name of missionary. Drawing on the lessons of its failure in Ethiopia in 1896, Italy is constantly watching for timing point. When the Second Moroccan crisis occurred, Italy believed that, if it did not act, it would lose the opportunity, so it used the pretext of the unfair treatment of Italians in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica to preemptively preempt Turkey, before sending troops to North Africa. It was given an ultimatum on September 28, 1911, threatening to invade the above-mentioned areas. Turkey called on all countries to stop the Italian invasion attempt, but the major countries persuaded Turkey to accept Italy's request. In this case, the Italian-Turkish War broke out. After reading the telegram, Edel began to think about the impact of the Italian-Turkish War on Romania. On the face of it, this war in Libya is too far for Romania. But now the Ottoman Empire has a large territory in the Balkans. Thrace and Macedonia are now Ottoman territories. However, the local form is very complex, and various ethnic groups are mixed together. There are Greeks, Bulgarians, Serbs, Montenegrins, Albanians, etc., including Romanians, with a population of more than 100,000. Now the Balkan countries are eyeing the Ottoman territory. And now the situation in the Balkans is quite complicated, with Polar Bear Russia standing behind Bulgaria and Serbia, and British support behind the Greeks. Germany has huge interests in the Ottomans, to choose to support him. Austria-Hungary also supported the Ottomans due to the same ethnic issues. Due to the huge investment of Germany in the recent marriage with Austria-Hungary, Romania is now widely believed to be behind Germany and Austria-Hungary. Now Italy is the first in North Africa to provoke this battle, to carve up Ottoman territory, and I believe other countries will not be left behind. Pay close attention to the situation of the Turkish war, Edel said to the captain of the guard. Karest. Okay, your highness, the captain of the guard replied. In the ensuing time, Edel closely followed the trend of the Italian-Turkish war. Although the Italian army was ready to invade at this time, when the war broke out, a large number of Italian troops were not ready. These Italian troops appeared in Tripoli on the evening of September 28, 1911. But the bombing of the port did not begin until October 3, 1911. The city was then occupied by 1,500 Italian troops, and when the news was sent back to Rome, the enthusiasm of the advocates of the invasion swelled. Other diplomatic options within Italy were abandoned, and now the Italians intend to seize the territory by force. The Turkish army was determined to defend its province after Tripoli was captured by the Italian army. However, the Turks did not concentrate the entire army for a decisive battle, but spread out to harass the Italian army. On the diplomatic front, Turkish government officials traveled all over Europe to express their wishes. They organized local Arabs and Bedouins to defend against the Italian invasion. It was not until October 10th that the Italian landing force appeared on a large scale. The Xinhai revolution officially broke out the day before. At that time, Italy's 20,000 strong contingent was considered sufficient to complete the conquest. Because the local Ottomans have only one division with more than 7,000 troops, not only lacking weapons and ammunition, but also mainly scattered in various city ports. Moreover, most of the division's people are from the mainland, and are unwilling to fight in North Africa far away from the mainland. Therefore, the will to fight is generally not high, and they will be defeated in the face of a modern army selected from Italy. In Tobruk, Bela, Sirte and other cities, the Italian army showed a normal level as expected. On October 19th, the Italian fleet, covering an infantry division, landed in Benghazi and occupied the city after 2 days of fierce fighting. Faced with the situation of people who were occupied in all the major cities along the coast, the Italian army began to make a fool of it. On October 23, 1911, a force, about 1,500 people, deployed outside Benghazi was almost completely surrounded by mobile Arab cavalry, and these local armed forces, led by regular Ottoman troops, severely damaged the area. The attack was portrayed by the Italian media as a simple revolt, but nearly wiped out most of the Italian army. Therefore, the Italian corps expanded to 100,000 people, while the other side of the war, the Ottoman Empire, had only 20,000 Arab tribesmen and 8,000 Turkish troops. Many new weapons have appeared in this war, and the most concerned is the role of aircraft in this war. In the armies of the two sides, Turkey has no aircraft, and Italy has about 20 military aircraft and 32 pilots, which belong to the Italian army, and are organized as the first aircraft company. The Italian army mobilized 9 aircraft and 11 pilots to participate in the battle. The planes were packed and shipped to the Gulf of Tripoli on October 15. From 6:19 to 7:20 on the 23rd, the Captain Piazza, flew a Leo 11th plane to the Turkish positions between Tripoli and Izija for more than an hour of reconnaissance, opened the prelude to the aircraft's participation in the war. On the 25th, when Deputy Captain Moiser was flying the Newport aircraft for reconnaissance, the wing was injured by 3 rifle bullets. This was the first time that the aircraft was killed by enemy ground fire. On November 1st, Lieutenant Gavotti piloted a Pigeon aircraft and dropped 4 Sipali grenades weighing 2 kilograms on Turkish positions in the Tajira Oasis and Ain Zera areas of North Africa, becoming a historical record. The first bombing resulted in Turkey accusing Italy of bombing the hospital point. Although these aircraft did not perform very well in the war, countries can see that it will play a huge role in the future. Countries that do not have the manufacturing capacity choose to purchase them and step up the research and development of practical aircraft if they are able. Romania belongs to the capable group. Chapter 107 Shaft rotating radial air-cooled engine. These Italians are still showing their bad side. Edel, who was holding the latest Italian-Turkish war report, commented. He had reason to say that perhaps the Roman Empire had exhausted the blood of the men of the Apennine Peninsula, and in the days that followed, Italy had always been the target of aggression by various nations. From the former Germanic barbarians to modern France and Austria, they all regard Italy as their back garden, and they can come and go as they want. After finally reunification, the Ethiopians who faced Africa were all defeated and returned, disgracing the face of the European colonists. Edel knew that in the future World War I and World War II, Italy's performance would also be the worst among the warring countries. Of course, this has something to do with the characteristics of the Italians, and it may well be that Italy is at the bottom of the national power relationship among the great powers. Putting down the Italian-Turkish war report in his hand, Edel picked up a telegram about the new army uprising in Wuchang in King Point. It is still a familiar time, and it seems that Edel has little influence on the Far East. Although he had earned nearly 20 million taels of silver from speculation before, this Eastern Empire was still collapsing according to its own laws, or the disaster caused by the recycling of the railway, which made him sigh. There are too many comments on this in later generations, and Edel will not comment on it. Interestingly, it is generally believed in Europe that this uprising would promote the king state and make him more civilized. Only Edel knew that this was the beginning of China's misery, followed by decades of warlord Malay, and people's lives were miserable. It wasn't until the birth of a red government that it ended. Only then did this old country stand up and be reborn, leading this country to stand at the forefront of the world again. While Edel was making comments about Italy, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. Edel was a little uncomfortable with the sound of interrupting his thoughts, but he still knew that these guards would not disturb him if he was fine. His Royal Highness General Preshan asks to see you. A guard came in to report. Please come in. Edel would of course welcome the Chief of Staff. General Preshan stepped in and told Edel his purpose. His Royal Highness is now concerned about the new Italian equipment, especially the application of the aircraft. Our Romanian army also needs the latest aircraft. This requires the efforts of the Condor aircraft factory. After all, we are not experts in aircraft manufacturing. Edel continued to say, after answering General Preshan's inquiry. The Chief of Staff asked me not only to care about the plane problem, right? Yes, Your Highness. Preshan replied. After a pause, he continued. I came here this time to invite the Crown Prince to inspect the army's training this year. The newly created divisions last year performed too badly. I heard that they have redoubled their training this time, hoping to get their honor back in front of the Crown Prince. Edel heard the words of the Chief of Staff and felt that it was time to go to the army to inspect. This year, the army was rarely inspected because of a lot of things. Now that the Balkans are turbulent, the state of the army is very important. Edel, who wanted to understand this, agreed to General Pressen's request. After hearing the Crown Prince's agreement, General Pressen immediately told the time. So how about November 3rd, when we start inspections of the military? Edel thought that in a few days, you arrange it. His Royal Highness, then I will arrange the itinerary. Go. General Pressen, who had been promised by the Crown Prince, left contentedly. Edel thought about the words of the Chief of Staff. Maybe he should go to the Kunda aircraft factory to see their progress. He called a guard and ordered it. Prepare the vehicle, I'm going to inspect the Kunda aircraft factory. Okay, Your Highness. When the Edel team came to the Kunda aircraft factory on the outskirts, Henry Kunda and his assistant Fereku, with a group of employees at the door, to welcome the arrival of the Crown Prince. After seeing the Crown Prince come out of the car, Henry Kunda and Fereku stepped forward to meet his inspection. Welcome, Your Highness. Edel looked at Henry Kunda and Fereku's oil-stained clothes, and it seemed that they had just received the news. I came here this time to see how your new aircraft is being developed. Hearing the Crown Prince's question, the two looked at each other a little awkwardly. It was Henry Kunda who answered the Crown Prince's question. His Royal Highness is now almost finished with the new aircraft. There is only one small problem to be solved before it can be tested. After hearing Henry Kunda's answer, Edel glanced at him a little surprised. In Edel's impression, this new aircraft is still under development, because what he asked for was the main aircraft of various countries at the outbreak of the First World War, and he did not expect them to be developed soon. Is there any small problem left unresolved? Edel asked with a smile, and immediately he knew that this small problem was not small at all. We are going to change the French Landgod rotary cylinder star-shaped air-cooled engine to a shaft rotating type, but now we have a little trouble. Henry Kunda was a little afraid to watch the Crown Prince speak out about the current trouble. In fact, this is not a small trouble at all, because the change of the rotating cylinder to the rotating shaft involves the structure of the engine. Edel looked at Henry Kunda's expression, and it was obvious that the two of them still couldn't do anything about it. However, Edel knew that there would be no rotary cylinder engines in future generations, and the two had the right idea, so they didn't discuss it too much. Seeing that the Crown Prince didn't say much, Henry Kunda also didn't know what to say. Fereku came forward to save the field. His Royal Highness, let's go and see this new plane. Alright. Edel didn't want everyone to stand here in embarrassment, and agreed. Henry Kunda hurriedly directed the Crown Prince to the aircraft manufacturing workshop to see the new aircraft lacking an engine. When passing by his friend Fereku, he gave him a grateful look. A group of people came to the aircraft manufacturing workshop. Edel has been here several times, and of course he is not unfamiliar here. At a glance, Edel saw a new plane in the middle of the workshop, which was different from what he had seen before. His Royal Highness, this is a new plane we developed. Henry Kunda pointed to the plane that Edel saw. The biggest difference that the new aircraft has ever seen before is that the nose is fitted with a shield, which makes it look more pleasing to the eye than its predecessor with exposed engines. Moreover, a windshield of about 50 centimeters is also installed on the plane. The plane looks good. Edel was satisfied with this post-World War I style aircraft, and praised Henry Kunda and Fereku next to him. This is the result of His Highness's support, otherwise there would not be enough funds to complete our vision. Henry Kunda said flatteringly, and Fereku also agreed with him. Edel didn't answer when he heard their flattery, and now he's immune to flattery. The demand for aircraft in the army is increasing now. You must speed up your progress, and you cannot let the army wait. Edel had to sound the alarm for these two Romanian aircraft manufacturing pioneers, otherwise they would not know what to do next time. The two who were beaten by the Crown Prince felt a little embarrassed, knowing that this was urging them not to be too ambitious. His Royal Highness, let me introduce this new plane to you now. Fereku stepped forward and changed the subject. Most of the work at the Kunda aircraft factory is now done by Fereku, so much so that the current employees are privately saying that he is the boss and Henry Kunda is the aircraft designer. Neither questioned the claim, though, and seemed to care less about who owns the aircraft factory. Then tell me about this plane. Okay, Your Highness. Fereku began to explain, after signaling to the Crown Prince. We named this brand new aircraft the Navigator. It is made of tin wood and skin to form a fuselage. It is 12.4 meters long, has a wingspan of 10.1 meters, a wing width of 0.9 meters, and a 1.1 meter spacing between the wings. It weighs 641 kilograms. It is expected to transform the Tucson engine as a new power, and it is still almost in progress. If the military is urgent for time, we can use the latest French 80 horsepower Tucson engine as power. After we calculate that the approximate flight distance of this aircraft is in 90 to 110 kilometers, and the elevation is around 2,500 meters, which is still a little far from the request of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After listening to Fireku's explanation, Edel's sense of the two was much better. This at least proves that both of them are working hard, but their vision is a little higher. You have done a good job. I'm quite satisfied. I hope you can make this pilot fly as soon as possible. At that time, I will let the military come to check and accept it. It is estimated that another purchase list is waiting for you. The two who got the approval of the Crown Prince breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. For the Crown Prince, who is now the big money owner and the boss, neither of them wants to go back and raise funds to build the plane. Edel returned to the palace after inspecting the two-man semi-finished new plane. He's going to be ready to see what he's most concerned about with the army. I heard that the number of people who will be rewarded reaches 100, and the starting point needs to be changed. Mantou is a bit cheeky to ask. Don't need too much meaning. Let me open my eyes. Chapter 108 Inspection of the Army. Clap clap clap. The officers and soldiers of the 10th Division in the training ground are conducting shooting training. Accompanied by the commander of the 10th Division, Edel and Ploiesti were observing the results of the shooting with a telescope. The training is good. Chief of the General Staff Ploiesti put down the binoculars in his hand and said to Division Commander Yakacha beside him. Thanks to the Chief of Staff for the praise. These soldiers are still a long way from the elite, and they need to continue to practice. Yakacha said modestly. But looking at his expression, he knew that he was quite satisfied with the shooting results of these soldiers. This does not fail the Chief of the General Staff's strong support and military supplies for their newly reorganized 3 divisions. The elite in the mouth of the commander Yakacha refers to the first 2 Imperial Guard divisions and the 3rd division that were reorganized. These 3 divisions are all strong contenders for the first place in Romania's previous exercises and training, and the other divisions are only spectators. Hearing Master Yakacha's words, Prezhan said with a smile, "It seems that the 10th Division has the idea of taking the first place." Hearing the speech of the Chief of the General Staff, the Deputy Commander of the 10th Division, Felix, the Chief of Staff, Alkiza, and others, all stood by and obeyed the instructions of Ploiesti. Edel put down the telescope and looked at him. Seeing that everyone was waiting for his speech, Prezhan continued, "I'm very satisfied with what you said. Soldiers need to have the confidence to compete, and they can't be complacent because of their current achievements. You have to believe that you can win. This is what I expect from you." It's very well said. Every division must have the confidence to compete with these 3 divisions. Edel concluded. Hearing the Crown Prince's speech, the senior officers of the 10th Division nodded in agreement under the leadership of Division Commander Yakacha. His Royal Highness, Chief of the General Staff, let's go and see the results of the artillery training. Commander Yakacha saw the shooting training and almost suggested it. You lead the way and go see your training results for a year. The Crown Prince also wanted to see their use of the God of War. The group came to the front of a hill called Kachuri outside the 10th Division station. This is the training ground of the 10th Division Artillery Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Letusk, the artillery regiment commander, is waiting for the arrival of the Crown Prince. He was the deputy commander of artillery in the 7th Division before, and he is also well known in the artillery system of the army. Later, the commander of the artillery division of the 10th Division thought that the commander of the 10th Division artillery was too old, and his military theory and skills were not up to the times, so he let him retire early. Prezhan then transferred Letusk to the 10th Division as artillery commander, and asked him to lead the 10th Division artillery regiment, which was being held back, to strengthen training. The Litosk lieutenant colonel also lived up to expectations, and made drastic reforms. As soon as he came to the artillery regiment, he first went to the regiment to find out, and then assess the officers of the entire regiment. All those who failed 3 consecutive times were assigned to the departments responsible for the canteen, horses, etc., and then assigned to each artillery company according to the level of ability. After a series of rectifications, the artillery regiment's artillery bombardment technology has risen like a rocket. This made the teacher Jacks very satisfied. Report to the Crown Prince and the Chief of the General Staff. The 10th Artillery Regiment is now ready to start the artillery demonstration. The lettuce commander saw the arrival of the Crown Prince and his party and said loudly, after walking up to the previous military salute arrive. We haven't seen each other for a year. Lieutenant Colonel Letusk. Prezhan said to the resolute-faced artillery commander. Yes, Your Excellency, Chief of the General Staff. Hearing the words of Lieutenant Colonel Letusk, Edel looked at Prezhan with a little interest. The Chief of the General Staff knew what the Crown Prince meant and told him about the 2 in the Romanian army. Every transfer of officers above the school rank requires the signature of Pleasant. That time, it was Pleasant's negligence that he accidentally lost Letusk's transfer order. Letusk waited a long time for his transfer order, which the General Staff thought had already been issued. Later, he came to the General Staff to find a staff officer in charge of dispatching orders, and the staff officer was also surprised. In the end, it was found that it was the Chief of the General Staff. Prezhan then saw Letusk, who was unlucky because of his own mistakes. Later in the conversation between the two, the Litosk Lieutenant Colonel gave Prezhan a good image. Hence their previous conversation. After hearing that Prezhan still made such a small mistake, Edel had nothing to say about the good luck of Lieutenant Colonel Letusk in front of him, but he also had real talents and practical learning, and changing another one might not be a good influence. Lieutenant Colonel Letusk, I hope you can show us the strength of the 10th Division Artillery Regiment. Edel encouraged the artillery regiment commander. Okay, Your Highness. After answering the Crown Prince, Lieutenant Colonel Letusk looked at Division Commander Yakcha with an inquiring eye, and Yakcha, who was asked for advice by his artillery regiment commander, nodded slightly and agreed to start. The regiment commander ordered the subordinates to start a shelling exercise. Following the regiment commander's order, a team of artillerymen pushed 6 Krupp 75mm mountain guns to the already built artillery positions. This is a Romanian imitation, but with German hands-on teaching. This Romanian gun is no different from Germany. Both are 17 times the caliber barrel length, high and low range, -7 degrees to +38.5 over 30 degrees, horizontal range 5 degrees, projectile weight 5.3 kilograms, muzzle velocity 300 m/s, weight 529 kilograms, maximum range 5750 meters. 2 test shots with the commander of the artillery company commander. The prepared artilleryman began to test fire against the exercise target 5 kilometers away. Boom boom boom. Ground 20 meters from the target was hit by the shell. Seeing that the test results were so good, the Crown Prince and the Chief of Staff at the observatory were very satisfied. Then the artillery fine-tuned the mountain guns of the shooting world, and a few shots were used to solve the target 5 kilometers away. It's a good fight. I hope to make persistent efforts. Edel praised the performance of the artilleryman to the commander Yakcha beside him. After the completion of the 75mm mountain artillery shelling exercise, Krupp 75mm field guns pulled by pack horses also entered the field. These artillery pieces are masterpieces of the Romanian arsenal. Now, except for the 2 guard divisions, other Romanian troops use the products of their own arsenals, which are not bad in terms of the reputation of the troops. Now the bolt form of these 75mm field guns, horizontal wedge type, back and forth type, liquid spring type, 27 times the caliber barrel length, high and low firing range, -12 degrees to +18.5 degrees, horizontal firing range 7 degrees, projectile weight 6.5 kilograms, muzzle velocity 510 m/s, weight 1016 kilograms, maximum range 7600 m. This time the target was set at a distance of 7 kilometers. As the soldiers were ready, Edda and the others raised their binoculars to observe the results of the shelling. 2 test shots following the order of the field artillery company commander. The ready soldiers fired the field artillery shells that had already adjusted their viewing angle. The effect of this test firing was also very good. The shell exploded about 20 meters away from the target. After the new adjustment, it took a few shots to destroy the target point. Very good. Now look at the effect of your 105mm howitzer. I can't wait to see the most powerful firepower performance of the Romanian division now. This time the 10th division did not pull the artillery into the field, mainly because the 105mm howitzer was too heavy and had been placed in advance. The data of this batch of 105mm light field howitzers are caliber 104.9mm, barrel length 22 times the caliber, high and low firing range, -10 degrees to +40 degrees, horizontal firing range 4 degrees, projectile weight 15.7 kilograms, ammunition muzzle velocity 400 m/s, weight 1380 kilograms, maximum range 8400 point. With the 105 howitzer ready, Edel and the others saw that the target of this shelling was across the hill. It seemed that the 10th division was preparing for an indirect bombardment point and indirect aiming shelling. The geodetic detachment or positional reconnaissance team marks the reference firing direction of the reference gun with the aiming point, and then each gun is calibrated according to the reference gun. The aiming point can be a pole, a decal, etc. It is still a relatively advanced artillery tactic. Before, Edel had only seen them use it in the 3rd division and the 2 guard divisions. Now the other divisions are still training hard. Of course, the 10th division made this move surprise point with the 105 howitzer ready. Edel saw an observer on the hill waving a flag to the 105 battery below. It was still 2 test shots, but the effect of this test shot was not so good. The shell hit the target at a distance of 40 meters, and then adjusted the shooting angle twice to complete the destruction of the target point. Good fight. This indirect shelling opened my eyes. Edel praised Lieutenant Colonel Letusk, who came to report. In fact, he saw the indirect artillery bombardment in the 3rd division and the 2 Imperial Guard divisions, and the effect was much better than that of the 10th division. In order not to put pressure on the hard-working artillery commander, Edel couldn't help but praise him a few words. Thank you for your compliment, Your Highness. We will continue to work hard. Lieutenant Colonel Letusk, who was praised by the Crown Prince, knew that this indirect shelling was actually much worse than the 3 elite divisions now. Then the Crown Prince watched the infantry tactical drills, the rescue of the wounded in the battlefield and other projects. The 10th division achieved good results in these projects. This makes Edel and Prezhan very happy, and both think that this year's training funds have not been added in vain. On the way back, Edel asked if Prezhan's speech at the 10th Division's infantry shooting training was true. The Chief of Staff said to the Crown Prince with a smile, His Royal Highness, in the army, we must let them compete with each other to ensure the army's fighting spirit. But now the Romanian army can't be all elites, and can only set a benchmark for them to catch up. After listening to Prezhan's words, Edel knew what he meant. This can be seen from the distribution of officers who graduated and returned from studying abroad every year. Those with good grades who have returned from studying abroad are more likely to be assigned to the above 3 divisions, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Then Edel inspected the situation of other divisions, and found that it was much better than before. Especially the 17th and 14th divisions, which were at the bottom of the 10th division last year, have also changed a lot this year. This makes Edel feel that Romania has enough confidence in the competition for interests in the Balkans in the coming year. Thank you for all the rewards. There are now 81 people. It's strange that Mantou didn't make it clear yesterday. The number of new readers can increase the number of people who are awarded. There are still 19 more enthusiastic readers. Can you help Mantou? You don't need a lot of 100 starting coins. It is good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Summary of the year 1911. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the end of 1911. After patrolling the army, Edel lived together with his wife, Sophie Mary Point in the middle of it. He also went to Constanta by the way, and cared about the 2 former maids who had been neglected. This care almost made Edel unable to get out of bed. If it weren't for his good health, he would have been helped back to Bucharest. It seemed that the 2 maids were very resentful towards him, which made the road for Edel to be co-sleeping a bit bumpy. Point at the end of the year, Edel is watching the latest developments in the Italian-Turkish war. Now the situation in Libya makes Italy a little bit difficult to ride a tiger. Moreover, the Italian army's invasion of North Africa aroused opposition from Arab countries. The guerrillas and volunteers of Arab countries such as Tunisia, Algeria, and Egypt fought heroically against the invaders, which caused heavy losses to the Italian army. Now Italy can only barely defend the cities along the coastline with the increased troops, and there is absolutely no place for them in the vast inland areas. This greatly increased the cost of war in Italy from 300,000 Italian lire per month to 800,000 lire per month. Lire and lei were 1-to-1. Edel saw the latest Italian intelligence, which made him see the dilemma of the Italian army in North Africa. It is estimated that Italy can only find a breakthrough in other places, and there is no good way in Libya. These local tribal armed groups are all nomads, with a large number of horses and camels, which makes Italy's infantry-based army can only sigh. Just when Edel checked the Italian predicament, after the captain of the guard Karist knocked on the door, he walked in with a document in his hand. His Royal Highness, this is Romania's economic report this year. Thanks a lot. Edel took over the report, thanked his captain of the bodyguard, and began to read it. In this Romanian economic data, this year's gross domestic product, GDP, reached 5.53 billion lei, an increase of 7.8% from last year's 5.13 billion lei, and a deceleration of 0.2%. The main reason is that the car share of Volkswagen, the leader in the automobile manufacturing industry, has decreased compared to before. From the previous drop in the European market share from 80% to 76%. It can be seen from this that other countries will not allow Volkswagen to conquer cities in Europe. A lot of capital has been invested in the automobile manufacturing industry. Although Volkswagen has the artifact of the Model T, it is still gradually giving up market share. However, the reduction in share is not due to the reduction of Volkswagen's production. In fact, his car production reached a new high of 120,000 this year. It's just that cars in the European market have become popular, and that's because cars have begun to enter thousands of households. At present, it is not possible for ordinary families to have one car per household, but one car per 20 households can still be expected. However, in the deep processing of grain in Romania, the export value is increasing steadily, which is due to the large-scale use of tractors in agriculture. This data shows that the number of tractors in Romania has increased from 0 to nearly 20,000 in 1 year. The machinery factory in Ploiesti has been expanded for a year and is already a large factory with 20,000 employees. Now they can produce 120 tractors a day, which is still in short supply. Both Europe and China need this product that can liberate labor and improve agricultural production efficiency. It is not that other countries have not thought about imitation, but the time is too short and the technical content is much higher than that of cars, so that tractors in other countries have not appeared yet, so they can only watch Romania eat alone. It should be noted here that the price of tractors sold in Europe has also risen from £180 to £200 per unit. Now tractors have become another powerful tool for Romanian exports, making other countries the envy of them. This year Romania's agricultural planting area has increased by 110,000 hectares compared to last year, reached 6.24 million hectares. This was achieved by a drop of 50,000 in the agricultural population, and Edel was happiest. This shows that Romanian agriculture is gradually changing to mechanization, which shows that his thinking is correct. It is believed that Romanian agricultural mechanization will speed up the process after the outbreak of one station. However, with the use of various internal combustion engines in Romania, oil exports have declined this year. In the export of refined oil and generic products, Romania exported only 201 million lei this year, which is 12 million lei less than the previous year. This is the result of domestic consumption. Mr. Smith, general manager of Petro Romania, has applied to the Crown Prince to expand the scale of crude oil extraction and increase refining capacity. And Edel has approved his plan to increase Romanian oil production to 2 million tons a year, while refining capacity has also increased to 1.8 million tons in terms of imports. Romania is still experiencing an increase in machine imports this year. Now many people in China see the benefits of industrialization, and a large number of people are looking for funds to open related businesses. You set up a grain deepening processing plant in the grain growing area to produce canned flour, and I will do business in the potash mining area. The industrialization atmosphere in Romania is very good now, which is what Edel would like to see. According to the latest data, there are more than 80,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in Romania, most of which are hired by relatives and friends. There are only more than 5,000 companies with more than 50 workers, only more than 400 companies with more than 200 workers, only 65 companies with more than 500 workers, only 13 companies with more than 1,000 workers, and none of them has more than 3,000 workers. There are only 7 state-owned or royal family enterprises in Romania with tens of thousands of enterprises. Among them, the royal family's enterprises occupy the majority share, which is one of the reasons why the government is suppressed by the royal family. There are far more people who eat from the royal bowl than those who eat from the government bowl, and they all know that they have to listen to the boss's words or they won't be able to eat. The Romanian army has also completed training this year, and it is considered a regional hegemon in the Balkans except for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The navy also added new warships. Although it is not as good as Greece, it is not a problem to coerce Bulgaria. After reading the summary in his hand, Edel thought in his heart that Romania's national strength can be said to be booming now, which is also his confidence in carving up the Ottoman European territories. He manages not to border the Ottoman Empire, but who can ignore his opinion? Now he is waiting for the Balkan countries to come to the door when they can't stand it, and they turn a blind eye to Romania. They are all people who are leaders of various countries, and they all have this common sense. It's amazing, my book friends. I didn't expect so many book friends to reward Mantou. Thank you all. Mantou must work hard to code words to make everyone happy. Chapter 110, Industrialized Ammonia Synthesis. While Edel was waiting for the Balkan countries to pass on his ideas, a message from Germany made Edel unable to wait for the news. In Haas, Germany, they finally solved the problem of industrialization of synthetic ammonia, and now His Royal Highness is holding a telegram from Germany. As the Karas news confirmed. Even if Edel received the telegram, he still confirmed to the Chief of the Guards, "Yes, Your Highness, this news was sent by our people around Professor Haber." It is absolutely certain. The head guard knew why the Crown Prince had such an attitude. Before he saw that the Crown Prince attached great importance to this technology, he also studied the materials specially. Ammonia is one of the important inorganic chemical products and occupies an important position in the national economy. Ammonia can be used to produce chemical fertilizers and can also be used as raw materials for other chemical products. Ammonia is mainly used in the manufacture of nitrogen fertilizers and compound fertilizers, such as urea, ammonium nitrate, ammonium phosphate, ammonium chloride, and various nitrogen-containing compound fertilizers, which are all made from ammonia. Ammonia is industrial raw material and ammoniated feed. The main raw materials for synthetic ammonia are natural gas, naphtha, heavy oil, and coal. Now ammonia can also be used as a raw material for explosives, which is the most critical now. After watching the head of the bodyguard who has seen the effect of ammonia, it is also understandable that the Crown Prince takes a fancy to this technology. How is the professor we sent studying? Edel asked. I heard that he and Professor Haber chatted very speculatively, and he was quite popular with the Germans. The captain of the guard said the answer he knew. The professor in the two groups was a chemist in his 30s and 40s named Bolvin, who was born in Constanta, in the family of a grain merchant. He has been exceptionally smart since he was a child, and was fascinated by chemistry when he was a student, and he did many absurd things for it. For example, when I was 3 years old, I was a little obsessed with alchemy and wanted to convert gold. Later, under the strict discipline of Gabia, His chemistry teacher, when he was in middle school, he gave up the evil path of alchemy and started the road of chemistry again. The chemistry teacher thought it was a pity for Bulvin to take a wrong path, so he pulled him out of his dream of being an alchemist. In later Bulvin's own efforts, he was admitted to the University of Bucharest as a chemistry student, and 4 years later he went to the University of Berlin for further studies. During his 7 years at the University of Berlin, he obtained a master's degree and a doctorate. After his studies he returned to Romania and became deputy head of the Department of Chemistry in Bucharest. I usually teach students when I have time, and I study experiments that I'm interested in at other times, and I live a leisurely life. However, when he was teaching, he often wore the lab coat to class, and he had to endure the pungent smell of chemical medicines in class, and the messy hair that had not been taken care of for a long time. The whole is a Frankenstein image. Later, he was recommended by the headmaster Big Skilla to the chief guard, who was looking for a chemist. At that time, the chief guard saw him as a lunatic at first sight. Later, the two sides talked to overthrow his idea, and he was considered a genius. Of course, when meeting Edel, how could the crown prince be so ignorant? In fact, I was mainly confused by the image of this Bulvin, the classic white coat and messy hairstyle, except that the hair and beard are not white. It is a classic shape of later Einstein. Of course, the face is not similar, but still he was impressed. After enduring the pungent smell of conversation, Edel also felt that Bulvin was a buried chemical genius, so he was sent to Germany to study now the most important chemical synthesis of ammonia in Romania. After escorting the fake Einstein to Professor Hartz's lab, the two men were impressed by each other's whimsical ideas and profound knowledge. The Bulvin professor in Hartz's laboratory is like a duck to water, and his life is quite moist. However, the main contributor to the industrialization of synthetic ammonia this time is not the two of them, but the solution of Bosch, an engineer from BASF in Germany. Before BASF saw the prospect of the synthetic ammonia industry, intent to purchase Professor Haber's ammonia synthesis technology for industrial improvement. During the negotiation, it was discovered that the Romanians had already taken the lead and could not leave them. This disgusted BASF and almost failed to negotiate. However, in the face of the prospects described by the company's consultant Angel, BASF finally purchased Haber's synthetic ammonia technology and studied it together with Romania. In terms of expenses, Romania will provide 20% of the funds, and the rest will be solved by investing in BASF. However, Romania can only use ammonia synthesis technology in its own country, and technology transfer is prohibited. After receiving the news in China, Edel immediately agreed to BASF's request. Being able to obtain the technology of synthetic ammonia before World War I is already the biggest gain. You must know that this was a top secret in Germany during World War I, and Edel was not so kind to remind the Allies. You must know that the British now monopolize the world's export of nitrate ore, and he does not want to change to live Feng. In the end, huge sums of money were invested in research and improvement on both sides. Under the suggestion of German chemist Amitus, BASF conducted 6,500 tests with 2,500 different catalysts last year and this year, and finally successfully developed a cheap and easily available iron containing potassium and aluminum oxides as catalyst. And some problems encountered in the process of industrialization, such as the corrosion of hydrogen to steel at high temperature. The life of carbon steel ammonia synthesis reactor is only 80H, and the manufacturing method of nitrogen-hydrogen mixture for ammonia synthesis, all of which have been discussed by the company's engineers, solved by the man named Bosch, proved with facts that scientists are far less useful than engineers in the industrialization of technological products. After getting the news that synthetic ammonia can be industrialized, Edel plans to wait for Bulvin and his party, who studied technology in Germany, to return to China and immediately start the construction of the synthetic ammonia plant. According to Edel's own estimation, the synthetic ammonia plant cannot be built with high production capacity without 20 million lei, so he intends to invest all the remaining funds of the royal family into this plant. That is very important to Romania. Now the Romanian royal family still has 43 million lei, which is more than 16 million lei left over from the previous rubber crisis. plus the balance of the Romanian royal family in the past 2 years. Part of the money earned by the royal family now pays off Rockefeller and Morgan's loans, part is used for daily expenses, and only a small part is saved. It needs to be specially explained here that Edda's wedding cost 8.7 million lei, which is still relatively small. A week later, Professor Bulvin and his entourage returned to Romania, and Edda summoned the buried Romanian chemist alone. Hello Professor Bulvin. Edel knew that these scientists were generally not very polite, and this Professor Bulvin was one of the best, so Edel greeted the chemist first to avoid embarrassment. Hello. His Royal Highness facing the Crown Prince's greetings. Professor Bulvin was as casual as greeting a friend, but fortunately he remembered to add a title of His Royal Highness. How was your trip to Germany this time? Edel knew the professor's habits, so he couldn't help but start chatting. Professor Bulvin, who was asked by Dowdle, shared his experience in Germany. I felt very good during my time in Germany. Harper and I were very speculative. I didn't expect him and I to be alumni. We discussed various chemical problems every day, and we all proposed our own solutions. After debate, we came up with the most reasonable. I feel that I have learned a lot of useful things in the past 2 years with Hubble, and I plan to go back to my laboratory to test my ideas. Hearing Professor Bulvin gushing about his achievements in Germany, Edda could only interrupt him with a question. So what are you going to study recently? I'm going to study pesticides. Professor Bulvin stated his goal with a serious face, and he also explained to Edel the purpose of doing so. When I was a child, I watched my father sort the grains he bought, and the grains with less pests and diseases got the first class price, and some grains were not accepted by my father at all. Later I asked him, and my father told me that these were all grains. The pests and diseases are very serious, and if you buy them, you can't sell them. From this moment on, I want to do something for these farmers, and now I plan to develop a medicine that can kill these pests and save the food. After listening to Professor Bulvin's thoughts, Edel certainly supported it. He saw in the report that many areas have reduced production due to pests and diseases, and a good pesticide is absolutely necessary for Romania. Professor Bulvin, I admire your idea very much. I plan to fund you 1 million lei to realize your wish. First. Thank you to the Crown Prince for his generosity. From the beginning, Bulvin planned to ask the Crown Prince for some funds to do his favorite projects, but he knew that the Crown Prince was generous in funding science. Before, he just had no way to do it. Now that he knows this big sponsor, he can't bear it. After Professor Bulvin, who was funded by the Crown Prince, began to feel restless, Edel knew why these scientists were, and soon ended the summons, so that the professor could devote himself to his research as soon as possible. In the following days Edel received news that Serbia and Bulgaria had signed an alliance. This lets him know that the Balkan alliance is slowly forming, and Romania's opportunity to fish in troubled waters is slowly coming, and Edda is also waiting. Thank you for your award, it's almost done. Steamed Bread is here to say that this book will be on the shelves in March. I don't know the date for the time being. I hope it is the number 1. The reason is that everyone knows it, so I hope everyone will be next month. I can support the monthly pass of the steamed bun. The steamed buns are guaranteed to have 2 more changes. You are not surprised or surprised. Chapter 111. The Balkan Alliance emerges. Now the war between Italy and the Ottoman Empire is still going on, and the countries of the Balkans are also ready to move. Among them, Bulgaria and Serbia were the first to reach an agreement, among which Serbia faced pressure from Austria-Hungary. At the time Serbia was very interested in an alliance with Bulgaria. The sudden annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina by Austria-Hungary in 1908 shocked the Balkan countries and accelerated their approach and alliance. Faced with the huge pressure from Austria-Hungary, Serbia hopes to get Bulgaria's support. Although King Ferdinand of Bulgaria was the son of Prince Saxe-Coburg-Gotha of the German royal family, he had hatred for Russia and Austria, but he also realized that an alliance with Serbia was necessary because the two countries were opposed to foreign threats, have a common interest. However, the alliance between Bulgaria and Serbia has been difficult and not all smooth sailing because the goals of the alliance between the two countries are not the same, and it can be said that each has its own plans. Bulgaria saw the Ottoman Empire as the #1 enemy and wanted to use Serbia to help take Macedonia and Thrace. Serbia, on the other hand, regarded Austria-Hungary as the greatest threat and also wanted to invade Macedonia, so the two sides failed to hit it off point. In November 1909, King Ferdinand made a special trip to Serbia with no positive results. After hearing the news, the Austro-Hungarian Empire took the opportunity to intervene and tried to destroy it, and also warned the Bulgarian king not to expect assistance from Serbia in future wars. And Austria-Hungary can help Bulgaria, and promises that once the Ottomans attack Bulgaria, Vienna will never sit idly by, and will assist Bulgaria to carve up Macedonia with Serbia. Kaiser Wilhelm II was also opposed to an alliance of the Balkan states, which made the proximity of Bulgaria and Serbia problematic. Point at that time, Serbia was very interested in the alliance with Bulgaria, which had a great impact on the domestic situation. At that time, many radical organizations asked the government to form alliances with other Slavic countries as soon as possible to jointly deal with Austria-Hungary and Eastern Empire. In addition, due to the needs of foreign policy, Serbia is trying to consolidate the status of the Balkans, and for this reason, it is trying to expand its sphere of influence. According to Serbian Foreign Minister Milanovic, if they do not unite with Bulgaria, they will no longer be able to exert influence over Croatia and Slovenia. Due to the changes in the Bulgarian government, the People's Party led by Jeshov and the pro-Russian Progressive Party headed by Danev came to power last year to form a coalition government. They changed their negative attitude in the past and began to conduct serious discussions with Serbia on the issue of alliance negotiation. In April last year, the leader of the Serbian Radical Party Pašić and the Bulgarian ambassador to Serbia Tosev emphasized, once the two countries form an alliance, the purpose is on the one hand to oppose the common enemy, but also to expand the territory of the two countries by dividing up the Ottoman Empire's territory in Europe, setting the tone of Serbia's alliance with Bulgaria at one time. The Ottoman territory that Pašić is talking about here is obviously Macedonia, since Serbs, Greeks, Turks, Bulgarians, Albanians, Romanians, etc. are mixed in its territory. Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece are all right. This territory has its own requirements. Hopefully, if not in full control, then at least some of it. The Bulgarian side Pašić agreed with the opinion, and the negotiations between the two sides have been accelerated since then. In terms of European powers, especially Russia's approach to Bulgaria and Serbia played a pivotal role. Russia favored an alliance between Bulgaria and Serbia and had extensive contacts with Bulgaria since 1910. Since Bulgaria is eager to reconcile its ambitions of Greater Bulgaria and hopes to gain Russia's support, it is also actively approaching Russia. However, during the negotiation process, the two sides discovered that there were great differences in strategic objectives. The first is that Bulgaria's expectations are too high, hoping to obtain Thessaloniki and Adriatic fort with Russian help. This is the essence of the plan to seize Macedonia. Russia, on the other hand, is worried that it will take on too many obligations to Bulgaria and involve itself in conflicts with other European powers, which is the last result Russia wants to see. Secondly, Russia insisted that the goal of the alliance between Bulgaria and Serbia should be aimed at Austria-Hungary and should not be an enemy of Turkey, which of course was rejected by Bulgaria. As a result, the negotiations with Bulgaria also came to an impasse point, but since last year, Russia's attitude towards Bulgaria has become warm again. Efforts to push Serbia to get close to him and to stress that only under the conditions of an alliance between the two countries, Russia can consider the issue of alliance with Bulgaria, thus injecting a boost to the negotiation between Serbia and Bulgaria. Not only that, the Russian ambassador to Serbia Hartwig and the ambassador to Bulgaria Neryudov also began to actively participate in the diplomatic negotiations between the two sides and put forward a mutually acceptable solution for the most thorny maritime issue. The southeastern corner of northern Macedonia Bulgaria, the northwest corner to Serbia, the ownership of the land between the two, including Skopje, will be decided by the Russian Tsar, and Romanovsky, the Russian military attaché in Bulgaria, has also suggested many details be clarified. Southern Macedonia was left to Greece because the Greek navy needed to block reinforcement from the Ottoman territories and cut off its most extensive sea transport. The settlement of the Macedonian issue has removed one of the biggest obstacles to the alliance between the two countries. With the acceleration of the progress, the two countries finally signed a treaty of friendship and alliance between Bulgaria and Serbia on March 12, 1912, except that one of the two countries should be attacked and should bear military obligations to each other. It also stipulated that Ottoman Turkish rule in Kosovo and Macedonia should be ended, and a secret agreement was reached on the partition of Macedonia. The military provisions attached to the treaty were as follows. Once the war broke out, Bulgaria should provide 200,000 troops. Serbia should provide 150,000 troops to fight together, of which 100,000 should be sent to Macedonia to help Bulgaria. The Russian government is very satisfied with this treaty, Foreign Minister Sassanov said with joy after hearing the news. Good. No better. Now there are 500,000 bayonets to defend the Balkans. It will forever block the logic of German infiltration and Austro-Hungarian invasion. In addition to actively seeking to sign a treaty with Serbia, Bulgaria also tried to form an alliance with Greece. In 1910, after Venizelos became Prime Minister of Greece, he showed a strong interest in Bulgaria, and a committee composed of 10 famous politicians was established in the city to study how to improve the relationship between the two countries, and initially many specific plans. In 1911, Bulgaria and Greece negotiated the Macedonian issue. Although they failed to reach an agreement, they increased the mutual understanding between the two countries. The Serbian-Bulgarian treaty and the threat of Italy to bombard the Dardanelles prompted Greece to take a more aggressive approach. In April 1912, Venizelos proposed an alliance between Greece and Bulgaria, and then at the request of Bulgaria, he responded positively to the Macedonian issue. Bulgaria and Greece are negotiating in top secret. Finally, on May 29, 1912, the Treaty of the Defensive Alliance of Paulo was signed, which stipulated that Bulgaria should provide 300,000 troops and Greece to provide 120,000 troops when fighting against Turkey. After allied with Serbia and Greece, Bulgaria finally set its sights on Romania behind him, and Edel was waiting for them to come. Chapter 112 Bulgarian Diplomatic Preparations. Build this new ammonia plant in Ploiesti. Edel instructed the captain of the guards. Now this new ammonia synthesis equipment has been purchased in Germany, which is exactly the same as that purchased by BASF. Since the Crown Prince has invested a huge sum of 40 million lei this time, the synthetic ammonia plant built this time is larger than BASF's own, achieving a production level of 60 tons of synthetic ammonia per day, double what BASF would build itself. This shows Edel's ambition. In addition to meeting the use of the explosives industry, he intends to produce large quantities of fertilizers to increase Romania's agricultural output. Ploiesti is also selected for the use of local natural gas. Now a large amount of natural gas in crude oil extraction is wasted, and only a small part is used. Building this synthetic ammonia plant can avoid wasting resources and increase the local economic level. After Edel and the chief guard had just chosen the address of the ammonia plant, a guard knocked on the door and walked in. His Royal Highness Minister of Foreign Affairs Barnosk has an important business request to be summoned. When the head guard saw that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was coming, he knew that there must be something important to ask His Royal Highness, and planned to go to work on the factory first. His Royal Highness, I will first arrange 4 people to investigate the synthetic ammonia factory. Go ahead. Edel knew that the Minister of Foreign Affairs must have something important to do with him now, so he asked the Chief of Guards to arrange the construction of the ammonia plant. As the captain of the guard walked out of the room, a slightly fat man in his 50s and glasses came in. This was the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, Barnosk. He has been working in the diplomatic field and was previously Romanian ambassador to Germany before being transferred to Austria. He did a very good job in the diplomatic work, and later Edel valued the income in his team. After Bricianu became prime minister, Edel was put into the cabinet in order to better control Romania's diplomatic situation, and our new prime minister also pinched his nose and acquiesced. After being promoted to foreign minister, Mr. Barnosk also respected the prime minister and did not hide anything from him, which made Prime Minister Bricianu slowly accept his existence. All in all, he is a shrewd, capable and wise man who knows how to read words. His Royal Highness, Bulgaria has just sent us a telegram that their Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dariusz will pay a state visit to our country in a week. Foreign Minister Barnosk said the news he had just received. After hearing the words of the Foreign Minister, Edel was shocked and knew that it was Bulgaria who wanted to pull Romania into the Balkan alliance. Recently Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece have come very close. According to private information, Greece has formed an alliance with Bulgaria. Then it is not difficult to guess the target they want to deal with. Except for the territory of the Ottoman Empire in Europe, there is nothing else that can make everyone so united. Then how are you going to arrange to receive them? Edel asked. I want to follow the principle of diplomatic reciprocity. The Prime Minister and I will meet them together. We will first explore their bottom line, and then the Crown Prince will discuss with you. I wonder what your highness thinks. The Barnosk foreign minister is indeed a shrewd person, not only expressing his own suggestions, but also seeking the opinions of the Crown Prince. I heard the suggestion of Foreign Minister Barnosk and felt that it was not bad. Yes, but you have to control the degree of it. You can't neglect them, and don't be too eager. Okay, your highness. We will pay attention to the control of the joints. The Barnosk foreign minister walked out of the palace after answering the Crown Prince. He also has to discuss with Prime Minister Bricianu about the reception in it. He wants to let the Crown Prince see his ability in this turbulent situation in the Balkans, and also compete for enough interests for Romania to lay the foundation for his future political path. It seems that Mr. Barnosk is also not content with the status quo. When Romania wants to get the benefits it wants in this Balkan alliance. In Bulgaria, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dariusz, who were on this visit, the bottom line of this Romanian trip is being discussed with King Ferdinand I. The 51-year-old King Ferdinand I of Bulgaria is quite a figure. He was the nephew of Ernst I, Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, and the first King of Belgium. Leopold I, his mother, Princess Clementine, was the daughter of King Louis Philippe of France. His father, Prince August of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, was the younger brother of King Fernando II of Portugal, and the son of Prince Albert, Queen of Mexico, Princess Charlotte of Belgium, and King Leopold II of Belgium. First cousin of Queen Victoria of England. Among them, since the mother of Charlotte and Leopold II, Princess Louise, is the sister of Ferdinand's mother. The three of them are not only uncles and nephews, but also first cousins. In fact, during the 19th century, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family had taken over the thrones of several European countries, either by marriage or by election. Following this trend, Ferdinand himself became king of Bulgaria. Before he became king, an interesting thing happened in Bulgaria. In 1886, a coup broke out in Bulgaria, and the Bulgarian Prince Alexander I, who had been in power for only 7 years, was forced to abdicate. Bulgaria once found the Caucasus from Denmark in order to find an heir, and they even wanted to invite the Romanian King Carol I, and Edel's father was their monarch, and almost formed the Kingdom of Pul. You remember what? In the end, it was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its own influence and the shining signs of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha Kohali family, that made Bulgaria choose Ferdinand, who was still a prince. In the early days of Ferdinand's reign, Bulgarian domestic politics were controlled by the leader of the Liberal Party, Stefan Stamboliv. His foreign policy has brought ties between Bulgaria and Russia, formerly protected by Russia, to an apparent freezing point. With the ouster of Stefan Stamboliv in May 1894 and his assassination in July 1895, there were also the dawn of detente in relations between Bulgaria and Russia. In February 1896, under the influence of a series of events, the 2-year-old Prince Boris gave up his Roman Catholic faith and converted to Orthodox Christianity. However, the move also earned him hatred from his Catholic Austrian relatives, especially his uncle, Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria. Ferdinand was known among European royals for his vengeful personality. In 1909, Ferdinand traveled to Germany to visit Kaiser Wilhelm II, the eldest son of his second cousin, Princess Victoria. In the new palace in Potsdam, Ferdinand leaned out of the window when the emperor walked behind him and patted him on the buttocks. Ferdinand felt that the emperor's actions insulted him, and the emperor apologized to Ferdinand for this. In revenge, however, Ferdinand asked Wilhelm to enter into a valuable arms contract with him, and he had intended to supply the Krupp factory in Essen to the French arms manufacturer Schneider Electric. Another incident occurred during Ferdinand's 1910 trip to attend the funeral of his second cousin, King Edward VII. At that time, Ferdinand had a dispute with Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary, over the placement of the carriage. In the end, the Archduke won. His carriage was placed directly behind the engine, while Ferdinand's was placed behind the Grand Duke. But when Ferdinand realizes that the dining car of the train is behind his own car, he refuses to let the Archduke enter the dining car through his own car, out of revenge. Prime Minister Jeschow: the best result of this trip to Romania is to get Romania to declare war on the Ottomans and send troops. Ferdinand: I said the most powerful result for Bulgaria. Your Majesty, if this is the case, then the price we pay is probably unbearable. Prime Minister Jeschow expressed his judgment. Jeschow: you are really boring, let me think about it. Ferdinand I, who was in his 50s, laughed and joked. Of course he knew that this plan was unreliable. I'm afraid that it would take Bulgaria to cede a large area to do it. His Royal Highness, let's prepare a more feasible plan. There are only more than 100,000 Romanian people in Macedonia, and I believe they have no reason to raise too high requirements. Foreign Minister Dariusz suggested. Then first we need to guarantee that after the declaration of war on the Ottoman Empire, security guarantees from Romania. Ferdinand: I said the most important point. Bulgarian executives are well aware of Romania's current strength, because it is next door to him after all. A standing army of more than 200,000, plus an annual revenue of £20 million. This makes Bulgaria drool. Now Bulgaria only has a standing army of more than 90,000 people, and its financial income is only crushed. Now Bulgaria does not even get £6 million. It is really envious. Bulgaria's eyes turned green when they saw Romanian exports of grain, oil, and automobiles. The export of Romanian agricultural machinery has also surged recently, which makes Bulgarian people even more side at what the world is. Whatever Romania produces, it sells well in Europe. Bulgaria, on the other hand, can only be self-sufficient in food. The largest exports are actually agricultural products such as roses, yogurt and wine. Moreover, Bulgaria's mineral resources are barren, most of which are small-scale minerals, and the utilization rate of mining is extremely low. Your Majesty, the best way now is to pull Romania into the alliance, but we only need to provide us with logistical support. Prime Minister Jeschow said his suggestion. The Prime Minister's words are very good. Even if there are more than 100,000 Romanian people in Macedonia, we don't have to pay such a high price. After hearing the Prime Minister's suggestion, Ferdinand I agreed with his eyes brightly. But is Romania willing to only do logistics for us? Foreign Minister Dariusz asked the Prime Minister if it was too idealistic. Ferdinand I took over the words of the Foreign Minister and said, it's time for you and the Prime Minister to show your skills. This method still has to give territory as compensation, but the price is smaller. After sighing to himself, Jeschow said that his plan still had to pay a price. Who makes Bulgaria's national strength inferior to others? No matter how many means he has, he cannot reduce the gap. So how much territory do you think can basically satisfy the appetites of those Romanians? Hearing that the Prime Minister still needs to compensate for territory, Ferdinand I knew that this was the only condition that could be offered to meet the requirements, but it was still a little uncomfortable. It is said that territory is his capital. It is estimated that the southern Dobroga area in our hands will not be able to be preserved. This is to meet the basic requirements of Romania, and it is possible that they will want more. Jeschow expressed his judgment. Dobroga, located in the northeastern part of the Balkans, between the lower Danube River and the Black Sea, is the geographical name for a coastal area that is the corridor from Eastern Europe into the Balkans. Now Romania's most important port city, Constanta, is located here, and Bulgaria also holds a southern area of 2,000 square kilometers. Jeschow's judgment was very accurate. Historically, Romania must have been very interested in this place, and finally agreed to this condition. Now that it has been replaced by an Edel who has memories of later generations, can this condition still meet the requirements of Romania? After Ferdinand compared the strengths of the two sides, the Prime Minister's method was the best choice. And if you get Macedonian territory and Thracian territory, then the ceding of this small piece of territory is also worthwhile. Okay, Prime Minister, your opinion is very pertinent. I can't think of any shortcomings. I will discuss it according to this plan. After thinking about the pros and cons, Ferdinand I agreed with the Prime Minister's approach. After hearing that the king agreed to his plan, Prime Minister Jeshov was not happy that his plan was adopted, but continued to speak. Your Majesty, this is only the minimum requirement that I think Romania may agree to. In my estimation, there are plans to cede territory ranging from 3,000 to 4,000 points. Do we really need to pay so much? Ferdinand I asked in confusion. Jeshov said with a wry smile. Yes, Your Highness, if it were 2,000 square kilometers of territory 6 years ago, I'm 90% sure they would agree. But now I'm only 10% sure they would agree to this plan. Ferdinand I, who heard the Prime Minister's words, also sighed inwardly. Bulgaria is much worse than Romania. So for the tens of thousands of square kilometers of Macedonia and Thrace, he can only swallow this cup of bitter wine. Everything depends on the two. Ferdinand I still agreed with the Prime Minister's plan. We will do our best for the kingdom. The Prime Minister and Foreign Minister made their own promises to King Ferdinand I. Subsequently, the Bulgarian government received a receipt from Romania, welcoming the state visit of Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslach. After receiving Romania's reply, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslach took the delegation from Sofia to Bucharest, the capital of Romania. The train is moving slowly along the rugged mountain railway in Bulgaria. On the train, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslach sat and chatted together. Others watched the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister stay far away, and only came when they were summoned. Prime Minister Jeshov looked at the mountain scenery outside the window and spoke with Foreign Minister Diraslach, who was sitting opposite. The mountains of Bulgaria have created the heroic and unyielding character of our people. Unfortunately, this land is not suitable for farming food, and there are not enough mineral resources to make our people rich. Yeah, and there are also a large number of Bulgarians in Macedonia and Thrace who are being oppressed by the Ottoman Empire. We have a mission to give these suffering people the protection of Bulgaria. Foreign Minister Diraslach responded to the Prime Minister. The train drove the Danube Bridge into Romania on the second day, and the terrain opened up immediately. Farmers working hard on the endless plains, and some driving tractors to spread fertilizer on the land. Both Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslach were envious of these pictures. Their train came to Bucharest in the afternoon, and the Romanian side was ready and waiting for them. Now, I'm asking for a monthly pass for recommendation. Steamed buns are a waste of everyone's money. Let's talk about the issue of adding updates. The leader adds 4 updates, the headmaster adds 2, and the guardian adds 1. It's not that the steamed buns are not good enough, it's really to ensure 2 updates a day. The quality of the steamed buns is not that much. I hope you can understand. There are also book friends who read other websites. You can order the steamed buns for the first time. I don't want to blame you for the steamed buns. I just recommend this book. I hope everyone can. What are the good achievements for the editor-in-chief Zuzu to see? Can you give me a better recommendation? And more book friends can also read more steamed buns. I also want to learn special code words from Wutong, and let me book more than 4 times a day. Friends are very cool, but now the steamed bread can't do it. I can only code words in my spare time. I hope everyone understands. Chapter 113, The Robo Negotiations. When the Bulgarian special train arrived at the Bucharest railway station, the Romanian receptionists who had been waiting were already ready. Romanian Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Bulsnoc were already ready. Your Excellency Prime Minister, Romanian Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Bulsnoc are waiting at the platform. A member of the delegation stepped forward to report to the Romanian welcome team for Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslach. Okay, we got it. Foreign Minister Diraslach waved the member to leave first. Then he spoke to Prime Minister Jeshov next to him. It seems that Romania still pays more attention to us in the face of the Foreign Minister's words. Prime Minister Jeshov did not answer and said after tidying up his clothes, "Don't keep the Romanians waiting." After saying that, He walked towards the car door with a smile on his face, followed by Foreign Minister Diraslochi. Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Barnosk, who were waiting on the platform, came down from the car door with a smile on his face with Dirasloch greeted. Prime Minister Jeshov, on behalf of Romania, I welcome you here. I believe this visit will increase the relationship between Romania and Bulgaria and make us like brothers. Bricianu stepped forward to welcome Jeshov. I'm very grateful to Prime Minister Bricianu for coming to greet us in person. This time we from Bulgaria are here to inspect the development achievement of Romania in the past few years. I hope Romanian friends will not hide their secrets. Prime Minister Jeshov said the nominal goal of this time and did not forget to make a joke. Faced with Bulgarian friends, we will definitely treat each other frankly and pass on the Romanian experience to you. Prime Minister Bricianu is not a fuel efficient lamp either, even telling Bulgaria they can't do it. After all, Bulgaria has no resources to rely on to develop its economy. At any rate, Romania can still produce oil and food so that it can have a foundation to support development. The prime ministers of the two countries had a hypocritical conversation. The two foreign ministers did not speak, but looked at each other with a smile on their faces, as if the opposite was their long-lost brother. Finally, I saw that the two prime ministers were almost talking, and it was Barnosk who asked as the host, "We've prepared a welcome dinner. Don't you know that Prime Minister Jeshov needs a break?" Thanks to Foreign Minister Barnosk for his thorough consideration. Prime Minister Jeshov also felt that the conversation was not bad. After thanking Barnosk, he said to Prime Minister Bricianu, "We did need a break after taking the train for more than a day. It doesn't matter." Bricianu said generously, "This is because I didn't think about it carefully. I should give you a rest, but you must attend the welcome dinner in the face of Romania's enthusiasm. Of course we have to feel it for a long time. After the people from both sides let the other side feel their enthusiasm." Foreign Minister Barnosk led the Bulgarian delegation to the Kingdom Hotel hosted by the Romanian government. After bringing the visiting group led by Prime Minister Jeshov to the Kingdom Hotel, Barnosk left first. After watching Barnosk leave, Dirasloch checked that there were no hotel staff around, but all the members of the delegation, and then asked Prime Minister Jeshov, "Romania was so enthusiastic this time, it seems they have guessed our intentions." Prime Minister Jeshov replied after hearing Dirasloch's words, "It was impossible to hide this from them. Who could be fooled by our actions in the Balkans?" Prime Minister Jeshov continued after a pause. However, judging from the conversation with the Prime Minister Bricianu, Romania should have been prepared long ago, and it is estimated that the asking price will not be too low. Hearing Prime Minister Jeshov's words, Foreign Minister Dirasloch said with a little surprise, "Is it troublesome for the purpose of our visit this time?" "This is not a trouble. The most trouble is that Romania is indifferent to our visit, and it would be bad if it does not join the alliance." Prime Minister Jeshov said what he thought was the worst result. Hearing Prime Minister Jeshov's words, Dirasloch thought that the Balkan League was at war with the Ottomans. Romania, a country with the largest army in the Balkans, stabbed in from behind, so this picture makes people shudder. Now all the Balkan countries know that Romania's army was reorganized according to the German army, and its equipment is no worse than Germany's. And Romania's mobilization ability is much higher than them, and there is no problem in pulling an army of 800,000. After all, it is the most populous among several countries. Edel has actually considered this possibility, but if he does, the history he knows will be changed beyond recognition, and in World War I, it is estimated that the Allies will not be able to join, and even if they join, they will not get so many benefits. In the end he gave up on the tempting idea. After the two people talked, they were not young people after all. They took a rest in their respective rooms and prepared to attend the dinner that Romania prepared for them. When the lights were about to be turned on, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dirasloch were already in their evening gowns. Considering that the Bulgarian delegation arrived in the afternoon, this welcome dinner was arranged in the banquet hall of the Kingdom Hotel. Are you all ready? Prime Minister Jeshov asked those who were to be present. Ready. These people all expressed their opinions. Let's go then. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Jeshov, the members of the Bulgarian delegation followed him and the foreign minister downstairs to the banquet hall. When Prime Minister Bricianu saw Jeshov and the delegation go downstairs, he brought Foreign Minister Barnosk up to greet him. Prime Minister Jeshev, welcome to this dinner specially set up for you. I hope everyone can have a good time. Thank you Prime Minister Bricianu for preparing the dinner for us. I believe everyone can have a good time. Prime Minister Jeshev also said thanks at the invitation of Prime Minister Bricianu. Prime Minister Jeshev led the delegation into the banquet hall. For a while, the cups of light were interspersed with people's voices, and the banquet started lively, and the two prime ministers also began to chat. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Edel is here. With the sound of a communication, the crowd quieted down, and everyone who came to the dinner knew what to do. I saw that there was no need to command. The crowd automatically separated a link to the entrance passage, and the two prime ministers also went to the bottom of the passage point. After everyone took their seats, Edel walked directly from the door to Prime Minister Jeshev, who led the Bulgarian delegation. The crowd standing on either side of the passage as he approached saluted him. Edel went all the way to Jeshev to take a glass of wine, turned and said to the people present, "Let's toast the arrival of the Bulgarian guests, and wish the relations between the two countries are more friendly." After hearing the Crown Prince's speech, the people present raised their wine glasses and shouted loudly, "Cheers for the friendship between the two countries." Edel also raised his glass and drank it with everyone. After Jeshev next to him also drank this glass of wine, he knew that this was a good opportunity. As Romania's neighbors, they certainly know the status and power of the Crown Prince Edel. It can be said that Romania has been able to develop so fast in recent years, and the promotion of this young man in his 20s is inseparable. From the development of the Ploiesti oil field, to the large economic loan from Germany, and then the integration of the Romanian army, a large number of Romanian industries were established, especially in the automobile industry and the oil industry. This is the result of his vigorous promotion. Now Romania is the second largest supplier of refined oil products in Europe, and the largest manufacturer of automobiles and tractors. He has transformed Romania from an agricultural country to just a few years time to a country with an initial industrial base. I really don't know if this is innate ability or acquired training, but it is estimated that he has never made a mistake in investing. Now Jeshev is a little envious of Romania getting a wise future monarch, which can make the country develop more rapidly. Jeshev can't care to sigh about Romania's good life now. Now he knows that this is an opportunity for Bulgaria. As long as he can persuade the young man in front of him, he will save a lot of money for Bulgaria and get the desired result. Thinking of this, Jeshev took a glass of wine and walked to Edel. I have seen His Royal Highness. Your vision for the relationship between the two countries is also what we hope for in Bulgaria. May we be friendly for generations. Edel heard Jeshev's remarks, that he took the wine and walked in front of him, and also responded, "May we be friendly from generation to generation." After a polite remark, Jeshev began to get to the point. "I wonder what your highness thinks of Osman." Hearing the words of the smiling Bulgarian prime minister in front of him, Edel knew that he was testing himself, but he was not so good at testing. Regarding the Ottoman Empire, I think he's changing himself, as can be seen in Germany helping to reorganize his army after Al-Shabaab came to power. Prime Minister Jeshev saw that the crown prince was unwilling to express his attitude and decided to continue speaking. But now the Ottoman Empire is oppressing various peoples on its European territory, Serbs, Greeks, Montenegrins, and Bulgarians in our country, among them more than 100,000 Romanians living in Macedonia. Your Highness, we cannot watch his own people were so humiliated. In the face of Prime Minister Jeshev's righteous question, Edel made up his mind to play tricks. I will seriously consider what your excellency said, but this needs to be handled by the cabinet. Seeing that Crown Prince Edel was still reluctant to say more, Jeshev knew that he would not get the answer either. However, letting the Romanian controller know the purpose of Bulgaria's visit this time will also benefit them in the two-day negotiation. And through his speech to the Crown Prince and the scale of his reception, he could feel he didn't expect the worst to happen. Chapter 114, The Robo Negotiations. The next day, the Bulgarian delegation, led by Minister of Industry Kirachery, began to visit Romania's industrial achievements, while Prime Minister Jeshev and Foreign Minister Diraslaci stayed in the hotel under the pretext of physical exhaustion. Of course, the Romanian side knew what they meant, and also helped the two to cover in a conference room at the Kingdom Hotel. Romanian Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Bulsnoc are waiting for two Bulgarian Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Diraslaci, who are unwell. Sorry for keeping you waiting. After Prime Minister Jeshov entered the door with Foreign Minister Diraslaci, he first spoke to Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Bulsnoc, who were waiting. It doesn't matter, we will only come for a while. Prime Minister Bricianu made a generous statement. In order to keep the negotiation secret, there were only two prime ministers, two foreign ministers and two recorders. After the two prime ministers greeted politely, the negotiation officially started. As the initiator of this alliance, it is also a country that has requests for Romania. Of course, Prime Minister Jeshov spoke first. Prime Minister Bricianu, our visit to Romania this time is for the common interests of the Balkan countries. Now the Ottoman Empire is oppressing people of all ethnic groups on European soil. This is intolerable for every Balkan country. We in Bulgaria are honored being able to take the lead, work with other countries, to oppose this brutal alien empire, and liberate the people of all ethnic groups who are suffering. Moreover, Romania has more than 100,000 ethnic groups in Macedonia, who have been oppressed by this evil country. I believe Prime Minister Bricianu feel the same way too. In the face of Prime Minister Jeshov's move in the name of righteousness, Prime Minister Bricianu is not a hot-blooded young man, and of course he will not agree so easily. I fully agree with Prime Minister Jeshov's words. But Romania is too far away, and whether the parliament can agree is unknown. We still support Bulgaria's move in spirit, but Romania still needs to discuss it. Facing the evasion of the Romanian Prime Minister, Jeshov knew that it was impossible to impress the Prime Minister without showing some practical interests. It was just a test by him just now, and he would be surprised if the Prime Minister agreed. Prime Minister Bricianu, we know the Romanian people's support for the government. When we came to discuss this issue this time, our King Ferdinand also promised to give a generous return, so that Romania can feel our sincerity. Prime Minister Jeshov, please speak. Prime Minister Bricianu wanted to hear the conditions of the Bulgarian Prime Minister first. We can transfer 2,000 square kilometers of territory in South Dobroga to your country. This is what I specifically requested to His Royal Highness. Prime Minister Bricianu, this is the greatest manifestation of our Bulgarian sincerity. Prime Minister Jeshov still decided to give Romania a little taste and try to get them to agree. Facing the benefits of Prime Minister Jeshov, Prime Minister Bricianu and Foreign Minister Barnos glanced at each other and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. According to their previous judgments, shouldn't this negotiation be like squeezing toothpaste in Bulgaria, taking out the benefits bit by bit to tempt yourself? How come this Prime Minister Jeshov doesn't play cards according to the routine? Faced with such a situation, Prime Minister Bricianu knew that Prime Minister Jeshov could not see his loss and continued to ask, then what are the conditions? Hearing Prime Minister Bricianu's inquiry, Prime Minister Jeshov thought that the Romanian government was interested, so he told the conditions that he had thought of. After Romania joined the alliance, it declared war on the Ottomans together and dispatched 20,000 troops to fight with us in Bulgaria, assisting us with 8,000 rifles and 76.75 mountain artillery pieces. When Prime Minister Jeshov said Bulgaria's conditions, Prime Minister Bricianu had recovered. And after hearing Bulgaria's request, he immediately retorted, I'm angry, I said bluntly. Prime Minister Jeshov, the government and the royal family will not agree to your conditions. Your demands are too high, and the remuneration is not enough. Prime Minister Jeshov heard the speech of Prime Minister Bricianu's anger. I secretly screamed badly. I guessed that the situation was wrong. It seems that Romania was not moved by his request just now. He asked quickly, and on the terms of Prime Minister Bricianu. Prime Minister Bricianu asked someone to take out a map, point to the area, mark with red lines, and tell Prime Minister Jeshov about the conditions that had been negotiated before. According to our request, Romania will join the alliance to declare war on the Ottoman Empire, but we will only assist you with 5,000 rifles and 18.75 mountain guns. But we not only need the 2,000 square kilometers of Dobroga, but also your country. Give our country 4,000 square kilometers of Dagoria as a reward. Prime Minister Zheshov saw the red line on the map that Prime Minister Brishinu pointed to. This red line runs along the small town of Tutrakan through Durovo, Kiravalit, and extends to Balchik by the sea, just including the Bulgarian city of Dobry. Moreover, the border between the two countries is divided in this way, only 25 kilometers away from Varna, Bulgaria's largest port city, so Romania is in a position to directly threaten it. Moreover, such a cut has cut off nearly 40% of the few small coastal plains in Bulgaria. Prime Minister Zheshov certainly cannot accept this, and he is also estimated to be the lion of Romania. Indeed, during the discussion, this plan was also negotiated by Brishinu, Minister of Foreign Affairs Barnosk, and Crown Prince Edel as something that could be abandoned. Now it is just to test Bulgaria's response. Prime Minister Brishinu, your plan will not help the negotiation, and no one will sign this condition. I hope you can come up with a reasonable result, and not be too greedy to make things worse. After hearing Prime Minister Zheshov's speech, Prime Minister Brishinu of course knew that such a division of Bulgaria would not be acceptable. However, from the Bulgarian Prime Minister's mouth, he basically concluded that, if the conditions just now reduced the size of the territory, it is still very likely that the Bulgarian Prime Minister would agree. But now we need to ease up a bit, let both sides digest the information, and prepare for the next negotiation. Prime Minister Zheshov, now that our differences are a bit big, I suggest taking a break and we'll continue talking tomorrow. It's a very good proposal, then let's go to rest first. Prime Minister Zheshov said in agreement with Prime Minister Brishinu after getting up, and then he walked out of the conference room with Foreign Minister Dariusz. After seeing the two Bulgarian guests leave, Bolsnok, who didn't say a word today, said to the Prime Minister, "It seems that the Bulgarians are a little anxious." Prime Minister Brishinu also stood up, holding his aching waist with his hands and said, "It is estimated that it has something to do with the current situation. You must know that Bulgaria has the most personnel in the Ottoman European territories." While the Romanian Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister were talking about them, Prime Minister Zheshov also took the Foreign Minister Dariusz back to his room to discuss his solution. His Excellency the Foreign Minister, please send a telegram to His Majesty the King to report on Romania's conditions. Prime Minister Zheshov said to Dariusz. Good Prime Minister. After the Foreign Minister Dariusz answered, he did not leave. Seeing the unmoving Dariusz, Prime Minister Zheshov asked, "Anything else, Your Excellency?" Prime Minister, I want to ask, if you really want to agree to Romania's conditions. Seeing the look on the Foreign Minister's face with Bulgaria's heart on his face, Prime Minister Zheshov knew that the Foreign Minister was a little rude, but he wouldn't mind. "It is impossible for me to sign this Romanian condition. I believe they know it. But it is estimated that we will be pushed to the bottom line." He said his judgment. Hearing that things were not as bad as he had imagined, the Foreign Minister of Dariusz was going to the Bulgarian embassy not far away to send a telegram to Ferdinand I, who was waiting for news at home. After seeing the Foreign Minister leave, the Bulgarian Prime Minister sat on the sofa with a tired face. Today's negotiation has consumed him too much energy. He needs to take a break and organize his thoughts to prepare for tomorrow's negotiation. Chapter 115 Robo negotiations. Next. The next day, they were still the familiar faces from yesterday. After the two sides greeted each other this time, they were ready to continue the negotiation of yesterday's conditions. Yesterday, Foreign Minister Dariusz sent a telegram to the country, telling King Ferdinand about Romania's conditions, and he received a call back that night. There are only a few words on it. Everything is done according to the orders of the Prime Minister. Looking at these few words, Prime Minister Zheshov knew that this was recognition and restraint, and no matter what the final result was, he had to bear it himself. On the Romanian side, it's easier. Edel's request to the Prime Minister is that more points of territory and a little more armament and equipment can be given, but there is no need to talk about sending troops. Both Prime Minister Brishinu and Foreign Minister Barnosk believe that this goal is easy to achieve, and they have the biggest trump card, completely controlling the dynamics of Bulgaria. Now the two sides have started a new round of negotiations, but this time it was Prime Minister Brezhnev who spoke first. Prime Minister Zheshov, this time, in order to show the sincerity of our Romania, we are willing to reduce the claimed territory by 1,000 square kilometers on the conditions of yesterday. And also increase the military aid to Bulgaria to 8,000 more than 98 rifles. The number of SEN machine guns has been increased to 100. In addition to the 18 mountain guns, we are also providing 12 75 field guns. This is the greatest sincerity we have expressed in Romania. I hope Prime Minister Zheshov will not make it difficult for everyone. Hearing Prime Minister Brezhnev's substantial concessions and lowering the conditions, Prime Minister Zheshov knew that he must also make concessions, otherwise the negotiations would not be able to proceed. After thinking about it, he spoke to Prime Minister Brezhnev. Thanks to the Romanian government for its understanding of Bulgaria. We have felt your sincerity. At the same time, we have also been approved by the king, and the conditions for Romania have also improved a lot. This time we can make the Romanian government not have to send troops. Because of the Romanian people in Macedonia, I'm also willing to increase the area of the territory to 3,000 square kilometers as compensation. However, it is necessary to declare war on the Ottomans, which can show the unity of our Balkan countries. At present, because of the preparations for war against the Ottoman Empire, there is no way to reduce the armament. I hope Prime Minister Brezhnev and Foreign Minister Barnosk understand. After hearing Prime Minister Zheshov's conditions, Prime Minister Brezhnev seems that the gap between the two sides in terms of territory is now 2,000 square kilometers. There is no difference in the ordnance, all of which are 8,000 more than 98 rifles. On the artillery, due to the price of 12 field guns, it is no problem to change to 18 mountain guns. Now as long as the differences in territorial ceding are resolved, the negotiation is generally completed. Thinking of this, he is full of confidence in completing the negotiation. Prime Minister Zheshov, we Romania have shown the greatest sincerity. I'm afraid your additional conditions are not enough. Prime Minister Brezhnev pretended to be a little annoyed and said to Prime Minister Zheshov. Prime Minister Brezhnev, this is also the greatest sincerity we have shown in Bulgaria. You must know that this is approved by our king. The Prime Minister Zheshov was also talking nonsense. Seeing Prime Minister Zheshov's evasive remarks, Prime Minister Brezhnev is not easy to refute. In fact, he has long known the content of Bulgaria's telegram. This is thanks to bribing the Bulgarian embassy's transmitter, who is addicted to gambling. The sender was set up by the intelligence chief Milik to be a two-faced person who was pulled into the water and sold the telegram sent by Bulgaria to him in exchange for gambling money. This was also Prime Minister Brezhnev's greatest confidence point. Although he knew that Prime Minister Zheshov was lying, he did not intend to expose it, so he continued to speak. Prime Minister Zheshov will not benefit from this stalemate. We hope to reach an agreement with Bulgaria, but this request is not so urgent for us, and Bulgaria is different. Are you saying that I'm right, Prime Minister? In the face of Brezhnev's coercion, Prime Minister Zheshov knew that he was right. This time it was Bulgaria who asked others, but the bottom line he set for himself was 4,000 square kilometers. If there are more, I will not be able to return to the country to explain to Ferdinand I, so he can only take a step back and see the response of the Prime Minister Brezhnev. Prime Minister Zheshov looked indifferent, as if the coercion of Prime Minister Brezhnev did not exist. We Bulgaria came here with sincerity this time, and of course we will not embarrass you. So I decided to increase the area of the ceded territory to 3,200 square kilometers for the sake of friendship between the two countries. This is my temporary increase and needs the approval of the king. After speaking, Prime Minister Zheshov watched Prime Minister Brezhnev's actions and waited for him to reply. Prime Minister Brezhnev, who was watched by Prime Minister Zheshov, knew that he was waiting for his answer. If he did not lower his demands, then the negotiations would probably end unhappily. He cleared his voice and said his answer. We are also for the friendship between the two countries. We can reduce the territory ceded by Bulgaria by 200 square kilometers, that is, 4,800 square kilometers of territory can meet our requirements. After hearing the words of Prime Minister Bricianu, Prime Minister Jeshov knew that the negotiations were considered a success. Romania's claim seems to be 4,000 square kilometers of territory, which is still within its own tolerance point. In the ensuing time, the two prime ministers revolved around the ceded area of the territory, from the very arrogant at the beginning, to the preoccupation with the peasant women buying vegetables in the two vegetable markets. You lose 50 square kilometers, and I increase it by 50 square kilometers. The two sides are fighting for each other. The two foreign ministers watched their prime ministers blushing over this quarrel, which was an eye-opener. On the third day, they reached an agreement on the ceded territory. Bulgaria ceded 4,000 square kilometers of territory to Romania as compensation for Romania, after he occupied the Macedonia region in the future. However, Prime Minister Jeshov also won a considerable amount of military aid for Bulgaria. Within 3 months, Romania must provide Bulgaria with 12,000 Mosin 98 rifles, 50 Madsen machine guns, 30 with the Maxim machine gun, and the military assistance of 36 mountain guns. Bulgaria will buy 15 million rounds of rifle bullets, and 75 mountain guns will have 8,000 shells. This is arms worth 8.7 million lei. After deducting the ammunition purchased by Bulgaria, Romania also assisted them with arms of 54 million lei. On June 11th, Romania and Bulgaria signed a secret alliance treaty. As compensation for Bulgaria's occupation of the Macedonia area and the Romanian settlements, Romania will receive 2,000 square kilometers of South Dobroga and 2,000 square kilometers of North Dogary. The alliance treaty was only for the Ottoman Empire. After Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire went to war, Romania also declared war on the Ottoman Empire. However, Romania will not send troops, but only a military delegation, to observe the performance of the Bulgarian and Ottoman troops for the price of Romania not participating in the battle. A military loan of 2 million lei will be provided to Bulgaria, limited to the purchase of Romanian arms, which Prime Minister Jeshov has tried his best to win. In the part of the ceded territory of this treaty, the Bulgarian city of Dobry was just avoided, making the city completely a Bulgarian border port. This is also what Prime Minister Jeshov has won. After the signing of the alliance treaty, Foreign Minister Barnosk asked Crown Prince Edel, a little puzzled, why he gave Bulgaria so much arms. After all, Romania's financial situation has only been better for more than a year. Such negotiations feel that Bulgarians are completely indifferent. Too bad. To this, Crown Prince Edel did not have a clear answer, but just said something, and continued to read. In his memory, the Balkan War broke out twice. He remembered that the first time was to fight the Ottoman Empire, and the second time was very short, as if the alliance broke out and fought Bulgaria together. Then he needs to strengthen Bulgaria's strength, and he can't let them admit defeat so quickly, otherwise Romania will not be able to obtain maximum benefits, and Romania's military building results over the years also need to be tested. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. The Balkan Alliance takes shape. On the third day after the Bulgarian delegation signed the secret treaty, Prime Minister Jeshov took the delegation back to Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. In fact, the Prime Minister is very satisfied with this negotiation, because although the 4,000 square kilometers of territory was ceded, it is still a coastal grain producing area. Bulgaria had only more than 80,000 square kilometers of territory at the time, but it brought Romania to the Balkan Alliance. Chariots, protecting themselves from attacks from behind, and securing a large amount of ammunition for Bulgaria, speeding up the army's preparations for war. After getting off the train, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dirisloch went to report to King Ferdinand I the results of the negotiations. Although the telegram has already been said, after all, it is better to report some situations in person, such as Romania's attitude in the negotiation process. It's been hard work for the two of you. This negotiation is not easy. I'm very satisfied with the current results. Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dariusz met King Ferdinand I after the briefing. Before they could speak, King Ferdinand smiled and said comforting words. First point, everything is for the good of the kingdom. Point, hearing Ferdinand I's words, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dariusz answered in unison. Point, tell me about the process of this negotiation. Point, although Ferdinand already knew it through telegrams, the detailed process still needs to be described by the two parties. His Majesty's negotiation is mainly for me to discuss. Let me talk, Prime Minister Jeshov said in a deep voice. Point, seeing that Ferdinand I had no objection, Prime Minister Jeshov told everything about his negotiations in Romania. Ferdinand I didn't disturb the Prime Minister's narration, and he listened quietly. For a time, there was only Prime Minister Jeshov's speech in the room. After talking about the details of the negotiations, Prime Minister Jeshov expressed some doubts in his heart. Point, Your Majesty, I always feel in my negotiations with the Romanian Prime Minister that they are deliberately trying to send us arms. Hearing Prime Minister Jeshov's judgment, Ferdinand I asked, a little puzzled, Prime Minister, why do you have such an idea? In your explanation just now, I didn't feel that Romania was deliberately sending us arms, but you, Prime Minister, won it bit by bit. Point, maybe it's my intuition. I always feel that the Prime Minister Brescia who I was negotiating with had consciously backed down. As soon as I forced me to do so, he would back down a little bit. I didn't feel it in the atmosphere of the negotiation. This is how I feel in hindsight. In my estimation, if we can get arms worth 4 million levs, it is a victory, but in fact, plus the loan, we got more than 7 million levs worth of arms, which is too much. The lev is a Bulgarian currency equal to the Romanian leu, French franc, and Italian lira. After hearing the Prime Minister's words, the other two present thought for a while and still had no clue. Of course, they will have no clue, and they don't have the memories of later generations like Edel, knowing that they will be beaten by the group immediately after the war. After thinking about it for a while, Ferdinand I still had no clue, and spoke to Prime Minister Jeshov. No matter what Romania's purposes, this batch of aid has always strengthened Bulgaria's strength. This is the most important thing. As long as we have captured Macedonia and Thrace, we should share it. Point, after hearing the words of King Ferdinand I, Prime Minister Jeshov and Foreign Minister Dariusz stopped thinking about Romania's intentions. After all, Bulgaria is taking advantage of it, and there is absolutely no need to delve into its intentions. Then they discussed Montenegro, the last country in the Balkans that had not joined the alliance. Montenegro is a mountainous country located in the southwest of the Balkans and on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. It also has the strongest anti-Ottoman sentiment in the Balkans. This number is less than 300,000. The people's small country currently has a standing army of 18,000 people, and it is also doing its best to prepare for war. However, in the previous May, Bulgaria consulted Russia on whether it could absorb Montenegro into the alliance, and Russia opposed Bulgaria's proposal. Point, the reason is that Montenegro's performance in international affairs is too radical, which has a very bad influence on the alliance. In fact, it was because Russia helped assemble the alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Montenegro's anti-Ottoman tendency was too obvious, which was very inconsistent with Russia's original intention. Point, now Ferdinand I brought Montenegro out for discussion again, obviously intending to bypass Russia's influence and then pull Montenegro into the alliance. After all, the performance of the Ottoman Empire in the war with Italy now shows its military weakness. How can the Balkans not be allowed to? Countries are excited, and the increase in territory and people has also increased this temptation. And now King Ferdinand I of Bulgaria is obviously unable to withstand this temptation. Point, Prime Minister, I want to pull Montenegro into the alliance. What do you think? Ferdinand I said what he had been thinking about for a long time. Point, hearing King Ferdinand's plan, Prime Minister Jeshov frowned and thought about it. His Royal Highness, I have no objection to bringing Montenegro into the alliance, but preferably when we are ready. Point, why did you pull Montenegro to join the alliance when you were ready? Ferdinand I asked with a confused expression. Point, I'm afraid Montenegro will disrupt our steps. Prime Minister Jeshov went on to speak his mind to the king. We all know how hostile those mountain people in Montenegro are to the Ottomans. They will definitely declare war on the Ottomans if they have the chance. Now this batch of arms from Romania has not been delivered yet, and we will be able to increase our strength when these arms arrive. Then can we get Romania to send the ammunition aid as soon as possible? Ferdinand asked the two important ministers in front of him to make a suggestion in order not to invalidate his idea. Your Majesty, I can send a message to Romania that the military urgently needs to get these arms. I believe that, based on the good relationship we signed the alliance, we should not refuse. Inside, he stepped forward and proposed measures to agree with the king's move. Seeing the king's happy expression, Rzeszów agreed to this proposal. Afterwards, Foreign Minister de Raslacci sent a message to Romania requesting the delivery of arms assistance as soon as possible. This message was seen by Edel, and he wrote down the instruction that, if the arsenal is not enough, put the army stock on top, and at the same time, asked Foreign Minister Barnosk to call back Romania. The arms will be delivered within a month. After receiving the call back, the Foreign Minister of de Raslacci reported the good news to King Ferdinand I. Ferdinand I, who got the news, told Foreign Minister de Lurks, "That's fine, we can send a telegram to the Montenegrin government asking them to join the alliance." After receiving the king's approval, the Foreign Minister, de Lurks, sent a telegram to the Kingdom of Montenegro, inviting them to join the alliance. The Montenegrin government, which had long been interested in this Balkan alliance, returned a call to Bulgaria after 3 days of negotiation. After receiving the telegram, Prime Minister Lazar Tomanovic would personally lead a team to Sofia to discuss the conditions of the alliance. On July 12, the Montenegrin Prime Minister came to Sofia with a delegation to discuss the alliance with Bulgarian Prime Minister Rzeszów. After 5 days of discussions, Bulgaria and Montenegro reached a consensus on the conditions for capturing territory and sending troops. Montenegro officially joined the Balkan alliance. In terms of territorial division, due to the weak strength of Montenegro, only 4,500 square kilometers of territory near the Kosovo area, called Bilane, was promised. This is also a delicious cake for Montenegro, which is only 10,000 square kilometers. However, for this territory, Montenegro needs to prepare at least 30,000 troops to attack the Ottoman Empire together. Subsequently, Montenegro and Greece also signed an alliance treaty. When negotiating with Serbia, Montenegro did not sign an alliance treaty with it due to Russia's obstruction, but only reached a verbal agreement to send troops to attack the Ottoman Empire together with Montenegro joining the Balkan League. It means that the Balkan countries are ready to carve up the Ottoman European territories, which will be the beginning of tragedy for the old empire still at war with Italy. It is also not good news for Russia, which has tried to promote the Balkan alliance in the early stage, because what Russia wants is an alliance that can deal with Austria-Hungary. Now this alliance is against the Ottoman Empire first, which goes against Russia's original intention. In addition, Russia's most powerful ally, France, also held objections to the Balkan alliance. The then Prime Minister, Pascalet, believed that the alliance was a war-ready agreement, and French public opinion did not allow the government to act solely for the sake of the Balkan issue of military operations. But at this time Russia was powerless to change the nature of this alliance, let alone prevent it from going to war. Chapter 117. The First Balkan War breaks out. After the Balkan alliance was fully established in July, countries were actively preparing for war, preparing to attack the weak Ottoman Empire, and Italy is now fighting with him. Edel also temporarily put aside his domestic work to focus on the current situation in the Balkans, which surprised Prime Minister Brătianu, who has always lacked power in his hands. The time came to September 24, 1912. On this day, Edel was discussing the war between Italy and the Ottoman Empire in the Crown Prince's own office with the captain of the guard, Karist. Now that Italy has occupied the islands of Rhodes, Chios and Odokanes, which are very close to the mainland of the Ottoman Empire, I believe these Ottomans are about to take it. Edel, who was sitting in the back chair, knew that the captain of the guard was talking about Italian naval operations now. The war against the Ottoman Empire Italy has completely overrun, and the monthly cost of 800,000 lire has risen to 1 million, but these local Arabs have not yet succumbed. Now Italy is occupying the islands near the Ottoman Empire. Bring the sick man of the Near East to his knees. Even if the Ottomans succumb, the local Arabs in Libya will give them a headache. Edel said of Italy's baggage in the war he's right, and it's been true throughout history. After the Italian-Turkish War, in Libya, until 1920, Italian control over most of the territory remained ineffective. A punitive campaign of appeasement by the Italian army under the command of Generals Pietro Bagoglio and Rodolfo Graziani was turned into an act of brutal repression and bloodshed. Let the Libyan resistance have been interrupted until the execution of the rebel leader Omar Mukhtar on September 15, 1931. The resistance gradually disappeared. Just as Edel and the chief guard were discussing the trend of the Italian-Turkish War, a guard came in to report. His Royal Highness, Foreign Minister Barnosk asks for an interview. Invite him in. Edel told the guard. His Royal Highness, let me avoid it for a moment. Karist, the captain of the guard, asked Edel for instructions. Go ahead. What Edel told him. The captain of the guard walked out of the Crown Prince's office after giving a salute. Foreign Minister Barnosk has been busy lately, and his job is to coordinate relations between the Balkan countries at this tense time. Although Romania is more allied now, but still has good relations with the Balkan countries, he is busier than usual. If you still come to look for the Crown Prince at such a time, then there must be something very important. Sure enough, the Foreign Minister of Barnosk said. Important news after salute to the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, Bulgaria has sent a message that the countries have negotiated and prepared to issue an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire on October 4th. Asking him to grant Macedonia and Thrace autonomy. After listening to Foreign Minister Barnosk's words, Edel picked up the pen on the table and started to play, thinking about the impact on Romania. Quickly, Foreign Minister Barnosk stood there quietly, waiting for the Crown Prince's instructions. For a time, the office was silent and only the clock on the wall was ticking. After thinking for a while, Edel put down the pen in his hand and said his decision. Telegram to Bulgaria that we will declare a state of war against the Ottoman Empire 3 days after they declare war. After hearing the Crown Prince's decision, Foreign Minister Barnosk leaned over and replied, "Okay, Your Highness. I'll send a message to Bulgaria about our decision." After Barnosk finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave. Edel seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped him. And many more. Barnosk turned around and asked, "Is there anything else, Your Highness?" Facing Barnosk's question, Edel asked gloomily, "What is the Prime Minister doing lately?" Facing the face of the Crown Prince, Barnosk answered carefully and truthfully. Prime Minister Bricianu has recently promoted the construction of the hospital, and he has also asked his ministers about the current situation in the Balkans. Hearing Barnosk's answer, Edel replied, "You go down." The Foreign Minister walked out cautiously, and when he walked outside the door, Barnosk let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a lot more relaxed. He knew the purpose of the Crown Prince's questioning, and he could only bury it in his heart. In the office, Edel himself sighed, and only a few years ago felt the temptation of power. Now he has begun to be obsessed with this feeling. It seems that people are really selfish animals. After sighing, Edel got up to visit his father, the 73-year-old King Carol I. Edel walked out of the office and walked along the corridor to his father Carol's residence. He saw the old father sitting by the window, watching his mother, Queen Elizabeth, and his wife, Sophie Mary, having afternoon tea in the garden, while the steward, Edri, was standing by the window served by his side. Edel stopped Edri from trying to remind the king, and walked to him, and called out softly. Father. After hearing the Crown Prince's call, Carol I turned his head and asked, "It's you, Edel, what's the matter?" The years have also left deep marks on the Romanian ruler. In just a few years, King Carol has changed from a still majestic ruler to an old man enjoying his old age. The current Carol the king was already wrinkled and grey. Seeing his father's appearance, Edel still needs to take his decision to him. "Father, the Balkan countries have decided to issue an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire on October 4th to give Macedonia and Thrace autonomy, and I have decided to declare war on the Ottoman Empire 3 days after the declaration of war on Bulgaria." Hearing his son's decision, King Carol muttered, "I didn't expect that the Ottoman Empire had declined to such a point. I thought that, when Romania became independent, we still needed the help of the Russian army to do it. Now we have developed for so many years, and the Ottomans have not changed. It seems that this time, the Ottomans of Macedonia and Thrace is going to be divided up. I just don't know if these countries will fight again, because of the land they have taken. It seems that King Carol's body is weakened, and his mind is still so flexible. He can see the hidden dangers in the Balkan alliance at a glance point. If they really fight, because of the uneven distribution of accounts, we will have a chance in Romania. Edel also expressed his thoughts after hearing his son's thoughts. The white-haired King Carol felt that Edel now had the basic qualities of a king. He praised Edel with relief. "You have a good idea. I'm a little interested to hear your thoughts now." Hearing that his father wanted to hear, Edel said what he thought. "Father, that's what I think." Seeing that the crown prince and the king were talking about private matters, Director Edel quietly went out and closed the door to wait outside so that no one would disturb the king and his son. After Bulgaria received the Romanian telegram, it began to mobilize its troops along the border with the Ottoman Empire, and the other Balkan allies were doing the same. On October 4, 1912, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Greece and Montenegro sent a note to the Ottoman Empire, asking the Ottomans to grant Macedonia and Thrace autonomy. Although still at war with Italy, the national atmosphere and strength of the Ottoman Empire made him categorically reject the demands of the Balkan alliance. After rejecting the ultimatum from the five powers, Ottoman was busy negotiating peace with Italy while assembling his troops to face the Balkan alliance. Facing the rejection of the Ottomans, Montenegro, the country most hostile to the Ottomans, took the lead in kicking off the war. On October 8, Montenegro declared war on the Ottomans. On October 17, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece jointly declared war on the Ottoman Empire. Romania also declared war on it on October 21. The war between the Balkan countries and the Ottoman Empire officially began. Thank you for your monthly tickets and subscriptions. Mantou needs to say something here, because everyone's support for Mantou has finally reached 500. Thank you for your love for Mantou. There is one more thing Mantou wants to say. The great Mediterranean overlord of Indus in his public updates in the account every 5 days is much better than the handicapped party of steamed bread. Book friends who want to read should pay attention to Yuang Wutong. Chapter 118 The Battle of Kumanovo. 5,500 words to in one chapter. The day after the declaration of war, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece successively dispatched their already prepared troops to cross the border and approach the Ottoman territory. Among them, the Bulgarian army formed the main group with 3 armies in the direction of Istanbul. Serbia's main force, 3 armies, confronted the Ottoman group in Macedonia. The Greek armies of Phasalia and Epirus were preparing to deal with the armies of Thessaloniki and Ioannina, respectively. The Greek navy is preparing to take action against the Ottoman navy to ensure the Balkan League's sea dominance in the Mediterranean. The Montenegrin army was tasked with fighting in Macedonia with the Serbian army. The Balkan allies formed a siege of the Ottoman army, ready to crush his troops in Europe before Ottoman reinforcement could arrive. For this war, the Balkan alliance mobilized nearly 700,000 troops at the beginning, of which Bulgaria mobilized 300,000 troops and Serbia mobilized 220,000 troops. Greece mobilized 120,000 troops and Montenegro 35,000. On the other side of the war, the Ottoman Empire had 350,000 troops on European soil. In terms of military strength, the Balkan countries basically achieved the level of 2 soldiers against 1 Ottoman soldier. So the idea of the Balkan countries is to quickly dash forward, to divide and outflank the Ottoman army. Do not give him the opportunity to wait for reinforcement in European territory. The first of these large-scale battles took place near the town of Kumanovo in northern Macedonia in the Ottoman Empire. On October 19, the Serbian First Army crossed the border and advanced southwards into Ottoman territory. The Serbian cavalry division served as the left flank of the Serbian army. In command of the Ottoman war this time was General Pudnik, chief of the general staff. Admiral Pudnik was born in Kragujevac, the son of a secondary school teacher, educated at the Serbian Artillery Academy, was commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1866, and took part in the 1876 war against Turkey, although Serbia had the Battle of Alexei and the defeat of Tunis in October. He gained fame for his outstanding performances. After the outbreak of the 10th Russo-Turkish War in 1877 to 1878, He participated in the counter-offensive with the Russian army. In 1885 he took part in the unfortunate war against Bulgaria as division chief of staff and suffered heavy losses at the battles of Slivnica and Petro. In November, graduated from the Army Staff College in 1889. He was steadily promoted to General, Chief of Staff in 1903, and Minister of War 3 times, 1904 to 1905, 1906 to 1908, 1912. In order to save Serbia from the trauma of his early years, he worked to improve the professional skills of the Serbian army, its weaponry and training. Under his leadership, the Serbian army became a well-equipped, relative to other Balkan countries, technologically advanced, and high moral force. In his army headquarters, Admiral Putnik was watching the military map, giving orders to his staff. Send a message to the 3rd Army to speed up their march and get to Mitras as soon as possible to cover our flank point. After receiving the order of Admiral Putnik, the staff officer stood upright with his legs and gave military salute. As ordered, Chief of the General Staff. Seeing the departing staff, Admiral Putnik was quite satisfied with the current marching speed of the 1st Army. The 1st Army, consisting of 110,000 people, is now the main force in this war in Serbia, and Bulgaria is on their right. The 2nd Army has 54,000 people, and the 3rd Army on the left has 50,000 troops. Their goal is to annihilate the Ottoman Empire's garrison in Macedonia. It's just that they didn't expect Zeki Pasha's Vardar army to be prepared for this, and they were already prepared in Kumanovo town. 3 days later, the 1st Army Forward 4th Division encountered Zeki Pasha's Vardar army, which consisted of Karasid Pasha's 5th Army, Dijik Pasha's 6th Army and Tipo Pasha's 3rd Army. 7 armies. The 3 armies were placed east, north and northwest of the Macedonian town of Kumanovo. The Turkish army has a total of about 58,000 people, which is about half the strength of the attacking Serbian army. Our forward 4th division was in the town of Kumanovo and encountered the main force of the Ottoman Macedonian army. A major staff officer took the telegram of the encounter with the Ottoman army in Kumanovo town and hurriedly stepped forward to report to Admiral Putnik. Show me. General Putnik took the telegram and read it. In this report, the 2nd Division said that they had encountered an attack of 50,000 troops from the Ottoman Empire and were now in defense operations to request support. The size of the Ottoman army was beyond the surprise of General Putnik, the chief of staff of the Serbian army. He did not expect to encounter a large Ottoman army so early in this war, nor did he expect that a major battle would be far away in Turkey, a small town in the north. Kicked off. Admiral Putnik quickly found the location of Kumanovo town on the military map, and he muttered, while looking at the map, "To dare to fight back here, I don't take our Serbian army seriously." He also had a reason for saying this, because on the military map the Ottoman army was fighting near Kumanovo and the entire Ottoman army was under the threat of the Serbian 3rd Army and the Bulgarian 2nd Army, and was easily cut off and surrounded. Now I order. Following the order of Putnik's chief of staff, the staff in the headquarters put down their work and quietly listened to his orders. Electric order. The 4th Division stood on the spot and waited for reinforcement, and the other divisions of the 1st Army rushed to Kumanovo town at full speed. After reaching their destination, they quickly entangled their troops. At the same time, they sent electricity to the 3rd Army and the 2nd Bulgarian Army. Report what happened to us in Kumanovo. Ask them to intersperse behind as soon as possible, and I will wipe them out. After speaking, General Putnik felt that it was not enough and punched the military map. The place where he was hit was the town of Kumanovo. The divisions of the 1st Army who received the telegram from the Commander-in-Chief Putnik accelerated their marching speed and rushed to Kumanovo. The Serbian 3rd Army and the Bulgarian 2nd Army also accelerated their pace, trying to rush to the predetermined location as soon as possible to encircle the Ottoman army. All the troops were mobilized for a while. At the focal point of the battlefield, in the headquarters of the Serbian 4th Division, which is being besieged by the Ottoman army, the staff members are busy, and various maps are hung on the walls of the house. The division commander, Milisheroch, was wearing a major general's uniform, and in a corner, was watching the telegram sent to him by Chief of the General Staff Putnik. Report. A messenger with the smell of gunpowder in his uniform interrupted the division commander's thoughts. Speak. Commander Milosevic put down the telegram in his hand and said to the messenger, I'm Nikol Vino, the messenger of the 3rd Regiment of the right wing. Position. We were attacked by tens of thousands of Ottoman troops. The casualties were relatively large and the field phone could not be connected. Our regiment commander Jabik sent me to ask for support. After hearing what the messenger said, division commander Milosevic turned to look at a young captain in a military uniform with a sapper's logo on his epaulette. Captain Veloster, why haven't you sappers checked the phone lines? The company commander of the division's engineer company complained bitterly to division commander Milosevic. We're investigating. The 3rd Regiment's line has been blown 3 times, and we've lost 7 maintenance sappers. Hearing the cry of his engineer company commander, Commander Milosevic said with a resolute expression, I don't care about that. You must ensure that the telephone line is unblocked, even if the sappers are dead. Hearing such a firm order from the division commander, Captain Veloster had to obey. After giving a military salute to the division commander Milosevic, he went out and arranged for his subordinates to check the telephone line again. After giving the order to the engineer company commander, division commander Milosevic picked up a field phone and told the communications staff, get me the 4th Regiment headquarters. The 4th Regiment is the reserve team of their 4th Division. Now that the front line is tight, of course, a reserve team must be sent to reinforce it. After a while, the communications staff communicated with the 4th Regiment, and Commander Milosevic said loudly into the phone, is it Lieutenant Colonel Batanvic of the 4th Regiment? There is a voice on the other end of the phone. Yes. Hearing that it was the commander of the 4th Regiment, Batanvic, Commander Milosevic gave orders loudly to the phone. I'm the division commander Milosevic. Now I order you to immediately send a battalion to reinforce the 3rd Regiment of Commander Jabik on the right. Head of Batanvic on the other end of the phone answered immediately. Yes, division commander, I'll send a battalion to reinforce the 3rd Left Regiment right away. After the phone call, division commander Milosevic spoke to the messenger of the 3rd Regiment. Now you can go back to your life. I have sent a battalion of reinforcement. A wave of Ottoman offensives had just ended at the positions of the 3rd Regiment awaiting reinforcement. Soldier Boris Nilo of the 2nd Battalion and 5th Company finally relaxed his tense nerves and let out a long sigh of relief. He put down the Mosin Nagant rifle in his hand, and from his dirty pocket, he took out a roasted and cooled potato and ate it. 3 months ago he wouldn't have had any interest in this baked potato, but now he thinks it tastes better than steak. Boris Nilo came from a good family. His father was a doctor in the town, and his mother was the daughter of a merchant. Because of his father's excellent medical skills, his wife and children are not worried about life at home, and Boris Nilo has been well educated since he was a child, thanks to his mother's teaching. Later, he went to the capital Belgrade to read middle school and planned to go to university in 2 years. As a result, when he was studying, he was encouraged by his classmates, joined the army with them, and was sent to the 5th Company to be a soldier. When he was sent here, because of his relatively good family conditions, he was not used to the life in the military camp, but seeing that he is eating cold potatoes with relish now, I also know that he is used to the life in the military camp. Just as he finished eating the cold potatoes in his hand, he heard the shouts of other soldiers. Bombardment. Boris Nilo quickly squatted into the trenches and opened his mouth to avoid the shelling. Boom 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 boom. The Ottoman artillery hit a large number of artillery shells on the positions of the Serbian army, and the dust was flying for a while, and the air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder smoke. A lot of unfortunate people lost their lives in this shelling, and Boris Nilo was more fortunate. Apart from making himself ashes, he didn't even have a small wound. Baba. After a burst of shelling, Boris Nilo spit out the dirt in his mouth. The comrades next to him shouted, "The Ottomans are up again. Aren't these damn Ottomans tired?" Boris Nilo complained, picking up the gun next to him and starting to throw himself into the tense battle. At the launching position of the Ottoman army, Zeki Pasha, the commander of the Vardar army, was observing the effect of the attack with a telescope. I saw the Ottoman army attacking in skirmish lines, while the Serbian army launched a counterattack in the trenches. In the fierce counterattack of the Serbian army, the Ottoman army also suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps because the commander-in-chief was watching from behind, the commander of the Ottoman army did not order a retreat, but another wave of reinforcement. With the combined force of the two waves of Ottoman troops, they finally broke into the position of the 3rd Regiment, and a tragic hand-to-hand battle occurred for a while. Seeing this, Zeki Pasha praised it. Well done. Just then a Serbian reinforcement arrived, and the Ottoman army was thrown out of the position unnoticed. In the position of the 3rd Regiment of the Serbian army, poor Ismailo was lying on the ground, and a medic next to him was bandaging him. He was stabbed in the abdomen by an Ottoman soldier, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the key point, but he suffered from the pain of the flesh and did not hurt his internal organs. He needed to lie in the hospital for a while to recover. After being bandaged by medics, he was carried on a stretcher and will be taken to the field hospital behind. After the medics had dealt with his injuries, they were busy treating the other wounded. This time the attack of the Ottoman army cost the 3rd Regiment 614 people, but the Ottoman army did not fall well. They lost even more to 1153 people. This time, the commander, General Dramonsak, stepped forward with a gloomy face and spoke to the commander Zeki Pasha, who was observing the process of the battle. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Commander, I still failed." Hearing the self-blame of his capable subordinates, Zeki Pasha looked at him with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter, General Dramonsak, this time we fail, we will find it next time. No one wins all the time on the battlefield." Hearing that the boss didn't mean to blame him, Dramonsak also sighed secretly. He intends to summarize the process of this battle to avoid making mistakes again. After Zeki Pasha left the front line and returned to his headquarters, he said to the subordinate staff around him, "Come on, I want to think for myself." After hearing his order, the staff members left the room one after another. Seeing that there was no one around, Zeki Pasha's complexion collapsed. He did not want to move the army to Northern Macedonia to attack first. In his view, the defense in Northern Macedonia was to keep the Balkan allied forces at the border. This idea is very good but unrealistic. The Balkan countries have twice as many troops as the Ottoman European garrison. They can only be defeated by their superior troops when they defend their borders, and they can't drag the reinforcement of the Asian troops at all. Moreover, the strategy of attacking first is seriously flawed, because the army lacks sufficient training, and the officers under their own lack the ability to lead troops, so they cannot organize and implement a successful attack. This has been shown in today's battle. This is all about money, and there is nothing he can do. If the army's funds are not enough. In his opinion, the army should be moved to the south for fortification of Bitola, where they can use the resources of Albania, which is the only area in Albania, to support the Ottoman Empire, and still be able to hold it for a while, at least win it from Time for Tolia to call in reinforcement. However, he had to obey the orders of the commander-in-chief of the Turkish army, Nizam Pasha, so he could only choose a fairly good Kumanovo town to launch the offensive. Fight another day, or retreat if it doesn't work. Zeki Pasha made a decision in his heart. Ottoman soldiers still fought with Serbian soldiers on the battlefield, and every time they fought, many fresh lives were ended. The Ottoman army did not make much progress until it was dark, and could only fight again tomorrow. Zeki Pasha didn't know that his timing was simply wrong, and he himself would pay for the mistake. That night, the Serbian army began to arrive one after another. They brought a large number of God of battlefield artillery to the 4th Division. Because it was night, the Serbian army did not attack immediately. In the early morning of the next day, the Ottoman army began to prepare for the attack after breakfast, and the artillery was still the first to fire. However, this time, Serbia also had a large number of artillery pieces of its own on the positions. For a time, the artillery pieces of both sides were inexorable. This made Zeki Pasha feel a little strange in his heart. In the artillery battle between the two sides, the Ottoman army still launched an attack on the positions of the Serbian army. For a while, the smoke filled the front of the Serbian position, and the soldiers on both sides were fighting together. Many Ottoman officers felt that the defense intensity of Serbia had increased a lot today, and the number of counterattacks by the Serbian army was also increasing, which surprised them. Of course, as their commander-in-chief, Zeki Pasha also knew about this situation, but he believed that this was because the Serbian army arrived one after another. He could only increase the attack and invest more troops to suppress the Serbian army's counterattack point. However, after increasing the input of troops, the counterattack of the Serbian army continued, which made Zeki Pasha know that something was wrong. At this time, the Serbian artillery completely suppressed the Ottoman artillery by relying on more artillery and more exquisite technology. At this time, the Serbian army began to counterattack. For a time, the Ottoman army was caught by surprise and retreated to the starting position. And these Serbian troops had no intention of stopping at all and launched a strong onslaught directly on the Ottoman army. The Ottoman positions were in danger of being beaten. Zeki Pasha knew that he had to come up with countermeasures as a commander, and he ordered the staff around him, let the reserve militia go up. He intends to strengthen the strength of the first line positions first to withstand this wave of attacks. In fact, this is the worst decision he has made in this battle. The lack of training of these militias is also prone to panic, which can destabilize the morale of the Ottoman army. Sure enough, with the reinforcement of these militiamen, the positions of the Ottoman army were breached in many places. Seeing that, Zeki Pasha knew that the situation was over, and now he can only retreat first. Give the front line an order to retreat in batches to resist, and we are also ready to retreat. After hearing the words of their commander-in-chief, the staff members put away important documents and prepared to retreat to the rear in a carriage. Zeki Pasha glanced at his command post and left first under the protection of the guards. Although the Serbian army repelled the Ottoman army, but because they were all rushed forward, they did not carry too much ammunition, and they did not continue to pursue. However, Zeki Pasha's Vardar army suffered heavy casualties and was unable to stop the advance of the Serbian army into the Macedonia region. In the Battle of Kumanovo, the Serbian First Army had 687 killed, 3,208 wounded, and 597 missing. Half of the casualties were on the besieged 4th Division. The Ottoman army suffered 12,000 casualties and about 300 captured. 3 times as many as the Serbian army. Although a little caught off guard at first, the Serbian army quickly recovered, and its brave counterattack dealt a heavy blow to the Ottoman army in Macedonia, although the Serbian army did not take advantage of the situation to pursue and expand. The victory. But with the victory at Kumanovo, Serbia still controlled northern Macedonia. In the dispute between Serbia and Bulgaria, most of the disputed area was occupied by Serbia, giving Serbia a huge advantage. I'm sorry I can't separate. Everyone will see it. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Chapter 119 The impact of the war on the economy. The Serbs played well in Kumanovo. Edel sat behind his desk and looked at the telegram in his hand, praising the Serbian army to the captain of the guard in front of him. In the face of the Crown Prince's question, the captain of the guard Keres nodded in agreement with his speech. Edel continued. Serbia is not the best player in the war. I don't know how Bulgaria's results will be at that time. It should be soon. The military observation group we sent has now entered the Ottoman territory with the Bulgarian army. The captain of the guard still knows something about the Crown Prince's question. So it should be known soon. I think so. A knock on the door rang out, interrupting the conversation between the Crown Prince and the chief guard. Come in. Following the Crown Prince's summons, a guard in a white dress came in to salute the Crown Prince and the chief of the bodyguard and said, "The German ambassador, Mr. Basloba, asks to see you." Hearing that it was the German ambassador asking to meet, Edel was already prepared. Ever since Romania declared war on the Ottomans, he had known that the ambassador would come to him sooner or later, but it had been 4 days before he arrived, so he said to the guard, "Please come and." The captain of the guard, Karist, consciously followed the guard out of the Crown Prince's office. After a while, the ambassador Baslob walked into the Crown Prince's office. In the past 2 years, Ambassador Baslob has not had a good time, because the Romanian government has gradually turned neutral from Germany, and he has been reprimanded by the German Foreign Office for many times, saying that his diplomatic work in Romania is very bad. It is not that someone in the government protects him, and it is estimated that he will be recalled to the country. After Ambassador Baslob entered the door, he walked in front of Edel and bowed and said, "Good day, Your Highness." Edel said it knowingly. "I don't know what the ambassador is looking for me for. His Royal Highness, our German government is very concerned about the current Balkan War. Now the war has caused many civilian casualties, and many more people are homeless. I don't know what position Romania takes in this war. Base Ambassador Loeb first expressed Germany's attitude. His attitude of caring so much about Romania has a lot to do with the interests of the German Ottomans. Now Germany has a strong presence in the Ottomans. It undertook the restructuring of the Ottoman army and was given a concession to build the Baghdad Railway. Therefore, diplomatically, they chose to support the Ottoman Empire. In this Balkan War, the European powers all held different positions. Britain and Russia chose to support the Balkan Alliance because of their interests in the Balkans. Russia supported Serbia and Bulgaria, Britain supported Greece, and France followed Russia and Britain. Attitudes support the Balkan countries. Romania's neighbor Austria-Hungary now also supports the Ottomans. This is because the strategic location of the Balkans is particularly important for Austria-Hungary. He wanted to annex northeastern Serbia and give the rest of Serbia to Bulgaria. It has obtained a concession from the Turkish government to build the railway from Uvac to Kosovo Mitrovica, where the railway to Thessaloniki has been built, plus the national issues in the country, so it is not surprising to choose to support the Ottoman Empire. Italy is more complicated. On the one hand, he has just fought with the Ottomans before signing the peace treaty of Uchi 1. Turkey must withdraw all military personnel from Benghazi province, but in return Italy will return Rhodes and 12 islands close to Turkey too. Benghazi province will have a special status with the regent and judges to represent the Caliphate 3. Before appointing these regents and judges, the Turks will ask the Italian government for. The Turkish government will be in charge of the regents and judges' fees. On the other hand, Italy also had its own ideas about the Balkans, so he chose to secretly support the Ottoman Empire. Faced with the question from Ambassador Baslab, Eda said the answer he had prepared for a long time. Mr. Ambassador, we in Romania can only express regret for this war. Seeing that Ambassador Baslab was still staring at him, Edel continued to talk about his most relevant topics. Mr. Ambassador, you should know that this declaration of war is only because of the alliance. This is a last resort. In fact, our country has no idea of mobilizing the army. I hope Mr. Ambassador can bring our country's attitude to the German government and let them know Romania. In fact, there is not much interest in this war. We are just fulfilling the basic obligations of an allied country, and we can call the relationship between Romania and the Ottoman Empire the Cold War. After hearing Crown Prince Eda's speech, Ambassador Baslab secretly relieved and put down the burden in his heart, because the task given to him by the German government is to find out the attitude of the Romanian government, if there is a tendency to send troops, so that he can persuade Romania's ideas. At that time, when Ambassador Baslab received the telegram, he wanted to put this telegram into the mouth of the person who gave him the order. He is only the ambassador to Romania, not the Romanian Supreme Emperor, and such a big event as sending troops is something he can persuade as a small ambassador. It's just that this telegram was sent by the Prime Minister, and he didn't dare to express his attitude. He could only come to visit Crown Prince Eda, hoping that Romania had no plans to send troops. Now it seems that he is lucky. Our German government is grateful for Romania's restraint in this war. This is good news for the people who suffered in the war. Ambassador Baslab also said thanking Romania for its restraint. The article does not have Germany's own requirements, which is hypocritical enough. As for Romania, the country with the strongest volume and mobilization power in the Balkan League, Baslab still relies on his experience as an ambassador here for several years, and can infer that Romania has no problem mobilizing 600,000 troops. In this Balkan war, China is already a decisive force. It must be known that only a total of more than 700,000 troops have been drawn from the several countries that have sent troops. It can be seen that Romania plays a role in it. It is not surprising that the German government asked Ambassador Baslab to dissuade Romania from sending troops. Ambassador Baslab left after a few chats after Crown Prince Eda got the answer he wanted. Seeing the departure of Ambassador Baslab, Edel breathed a long sigh of relief. Now he doesn't want to have a conflict with Germany. Romania's industrialization has not yet taken shape, and it needs a lot of support from Germany. Just when Edel was going to take a break, a guard came in to report His Royal Highness, Your Excellency the Prime Minister, please see me point. As soon as he heard that it was Prime Minister Bricianu asking to see him, Edel knew what he was looking for, so he cheered up and ordered, "Please come in." The Prime Minister, after the guard went out to pass the news, Prime Minister Bricianu walked in refreshed. It seems that power is really a life-saving medicine for men. After he walked to the Crown Prince and saluted, he said, "His Royal Highness, according to the calculation of our government's transportation department, through railway transportation, this war will have limited impact on our Romanian economy in a short period of time." After hearing the Prime Minister's words, Edel asked with interest, "Tell me about the specific situation." Now Edel is most concerned about economic issues. What he cares most about joining the Balkan alliances, that the Ottoman Empire closed the Dardanelles to them. In fact, on October 22nd, the day after Romania declared war on the Ottomans, Dardanelles the strait is closed to Romania. Now their export is only via the railway to Austria, Hungary and Bulgaria. Fortunately, he made the government plan ahead to transport exports by rail, which is better than not being able to transport it despite the high cost. His Royal Highness, now we in Romania have 876 steam locomotives with 23,700 carriages, including 6,700 passenger carriages and 17,000 freight carriages. After deducting the domestic freight and passenger trains that we must guarantee, we now have 527. One steam locomotive can be used, and 11,000 freight cars can be attached for transportation. The average time for our trains to transport foreign goods is about 3 days. After deducting the round-trip maintenance and repair time of the train, we can send 3 trains to foreign countries in 1 hour freight train. Mr. Prime Minister also explained, after he finished speaking, the round-trip time is longer because most of our exports go to Western and Central Europe, which makes our country's transportation time longer. After hearing the Prime Minister's detailed description of the current situation of railway transportation, Edel silently calculated in his heart, the shipment volume of 1,800 tons per hour should be able to satisfy Romania's foreign exports. Edel was still unsure about asking the Prime Minister, can the current railway capacity guarantee our normal export? After hearing the question of the Crown Prince's concern, Prime Minister Bricianu said in a very positive tone, after our calculation, the railway capacity can meet the export demand. After saying this, the Prime Minister said in a different tone, however, this full load operation puts a lot of pressure on the railway. We can only guarantee this state for 3 months. After 3 months, the railway and trains need to be fully maintained. After hearing the Prime Minister's remarks, Edel thought of the Spring Festival travel in his previous life, which seemed to be in outbreak mode. Edel also had no good solution, and could only speak to Prime Minister Bricianu. I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for this transportation statistics. I hope that I can discuss it with the transportation department after I come down and try to keep the state as continuous as possible. I will point. After Edel and the Prime Minister talked about rail transport to keep Romania's economy going, he personally sent him out of the house. Back in the office, Crown Prince Edel can only count on the Balkan countries to finish the war quickly. Facing Edel's wishes, Bulgaria, the most powerful in the Balkan alliance, is now launching an offensive against the Thrace region. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Chapter 120 Battle of Lulburgas 1. The Romanian military observation group, which was missed by Edel, had arrived in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, when Bulgaria declared war on the Ottomans. The military observation mission was led by the commander of the 12th Division of the Romanian Army, Ferit. The Ferit Division commander left a deep impression on the Crown Prince and the Chief of the General Staff, Prezhan, and now this good impression has brought him a beautiful job as the head of the military observation group. The teachers of the other divisions were jealous when they were on duty. I believe that this observation will bring great convenience to his upward space if he is satisfied with this observation point. After spending a day in Sofia, the Romanian military observation group descended into the Bulgarian army, most of which were assigned to the Bulgarian First Army, the main force behind the Bulgarian attack on Western Thrace. Their commander is Lieutenant General Vasil Kutinchev, a general with a keen sense of smell and a good understanding of the battlefield situation. who participated in the PAU-Serbia war. In this war, he commanded a partial Bulgarian division with the rank of Major General. With his amazing sense of the battlefield, he defeated the 25,000 snipers of the Serbian army with 17,000 people in the Budakas area. Combined with the main force of 67,000 people led by King Ferdinand I, he almost encircled the main force of the Serbian army of 56,000 people. With this record, Lieutenant General Vasil Kutanchev was promoted to Lieutenant General by the king. Now Ferdinand I will hand over the main force of Bulgaria to him, obviously hoping that he can achieve another success and make greater contributions to Bulgaria. And he has the most elite troops in Bulgaria. Among them, the commander of the 1st Infantry Division is Major General Tshuayi, the commander of the 3rd Infantry Division is Major General Serafov, and the commander of the 10th Infantry Division is Major General Bratislav. This division has 3 brigades and 6 regiments, with a number of 31,000 people, more than the general Bulgarian wartime division. Now the 1st Army has 95,000 troops, and the Bulgarian military has also strengthened most of the machine guns and artillery assisted by Romania to them. Now the 1st Army has 72,000 rifles, 186 machine guns, and 287 artillery pieces. Some of them are small and medium caliber artillery, but in the Bulgarian army it is the most elite. In accordance with the division of labor of the League, Bulgaria concentrated on operations in Thrace and Macedonia. It deployed its main force in Thrace, forming 3 armies. The 1st Army, 95,370 men, under General Vasil Kutanchev and 3 infantry divisions, was deployed south of Yambol and operating along the Denza River. The 2nd Army, 102,748 men, under the leadership of General Nikolai Ivanov, consisting of 2 infantry divisions and 1 infantry brigade, was deployed to the west of the 1st Army and assigned to capture Adrianople, Edirne, mighty fortress. According to these plans, the 3rd Army, 94,884 men, under the leadership of General Radko Dmitriev, was deployed to the east and behind the 1st Army, with cavalry units out of sight of Turkey. The 3rd Army had 3 infantry divisions and was sent across the Strana Mountains and led the Kirkils Fort. The 2nd, 49, 180, and 7th, 48, 5 men, divisions were assigned separate roles to fight in Western Thrace and Eastern Macedonia, respectively. The nominal commander-in-chief of the Bulgarian army was Tsar Ferdinand I, but in fact its control and leadership rested with his deputy, Lieutenant General Mikhail Savov. At this time, I would like to say that this type of military recruitment was widely used in the Balkans at that time. The formation of troops was divided into wartime formation and peacetime formation. In peacetime, a division is estimated to be in the upper 10,000 people. However, a large number of reservists were recruited in wartime. It will be more than 20,000 immediately. This method saves military expenses and usually only needs to ensure the training of technical arms. However, this method has a huge disadvantage. The organization is not high, and the soldiers have low military capabilities, so they cannot complete too complicated tactics, and cannot bear too high casualties. Therefore, at that time, 100,000 people on both sides often fought, and in the end, thousands of people were killed, and one side lost morale, and retreated. However, since all countries are now using this recruitment model, the gap is not obvious. It will not be revealed until the standing army model after World War I. Now the standing army model like Romania is still relatively rare. On the 3rd day after the war, Bulgarian armies crossed the border to attack the Ottoman army. Hurry up. In the 7th Company of the 3rd Battalion, 1st Division, 2nd Regiment, and 2nd Regiment of the Bulgarian 1st Army. The company commander Sakdorf was encouraging his soldiers to speed up their pace. These soldiers were panting with sweat on their foreheads and followed the footsteps of their comrades to their destination point. After cheering for his soldiers, he took out a pocket watch from his jacket pocket and checked the time. Said to Lieutenant Bodnov, his deputy, "It seems that our marching speed is not bad, and we should reach the small village of Polonica before 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It should be possible." Company commander, I heard that the friendly army in front of us had just fought with the Ottoman army in a small town called Karasman. The Ottoman army was poorly trained and was defeated by them. Lieutenant Bodnov, after answering his boss, tell the information he just got. Captain Sackdorf looked at him strangely. How did you get the news? Lieutenant Bodnov stated his source. The messenger named Spurf who passed by just now told me that he also took a cigarette from me as a reward. Captain Sackdorf suddenly remembered that a messenger on horseback had asked them for water before, and it was estimated that his deputy had heard the news at that time. Hearing the good news, Captain Sackdorf said to his deputy with a smile, "We seem to have to hurry up, or the Ottoman army will be wiped out." After speaking, Captain Sackdorf followed his soldiers all the way, and Lieutenant Bodnov quickly followed. While the Bulgarian grassroots units were advancing toward their respective goals, Lieutenant General Vasil Kutanchev was inquiring about the progress of the ministries within the headquarters of the 1st Army. Where is the 1st Division now? The communications staff member who heard the question from his commander replied, "They just sent a telegram this morning, and the 1st Division just crossed the border to a town called Karlsman, where they defeated the Ottoman resistance of 3,000 men." Lieutenant General Vasil Kutanchev, who heard the answer from the communications staff officer, took a military map and found the town. The town called Karlsman was on the border. He was still satisfied with the result of the advance. Anything else? Lieutenant General Serkitinchev continued to ask the communications staff, burying his head in the map. The 2nd Army is on its way to Lulada, after defeating a small Ottoman force in the small town of Sirio on the border. The 3rd Army is in the Shavort area. Lieutenant General Serkitinchev listened to the report of the staff officer, and quickly found the location of the friendly army on the map. On the map, their 3 army groups marched and finished Glyphs, and his 1st Army group was the arrow point. While Lieutenant General Serkitinchev was looking at the map and thinking about the next military action, Major General Toshev in the division headquarters of the 1st Division was also pondering on the opponent's intelligence. The 3,000 strong Ottoman army they defeated in the town was reported by the subordinate troops that were following and chasing, and they retreated to a small town called Lulburgas, 15 kilometers away. The pursuit troops saw a large number of positions there, and there were many Ottoman troops, estimated to be tens of thousands, so he quickly retreated. Now he is considering whether to launch a tentative attack to confirm it, or report directly to Lieutenant General Serkitinchev. In the end, he decided to report first. PS Mantow is going crazy trying to find information on all parties in the Balkan War. There is too little information on this war. Book friends who know the details can join the group to chat privately with steamed buns. Thank you. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Chapter 121 Battle of Lulburgas 2. In the 1st Army headquarters, after Lieutenant General Serkitinchev received information from Major General Tashuari, he thought about it and told the communications staff, "Send a message to the 1st Division and let them launch an attack on Lulburgas to test it." Major General Toshev, the commander of the 1st Division, who received a telegram from Lieutenant General Serkitinchev, began to prepare for tomorrow's attack. And Lulburgas, which is about to be attacked by the 1st Army, has 27,000 Ottoman troops. And there are 21,000 people behind it ready to support. There were 147,000 Ottomans on the line from Lulburgas to Budahisa. Commanding this line of defense is Zampasha, the commander-in-chief of the Ottoman army, and it is his right-hand man also Pasha who defends the main point of Lulburgas. The decisive frontier strategy of Zampasha in the Macedonian region has failed, but he also has his difficulties. The local situation in the Ottoman European territories is very turbulent. If they retreat, the people everywhere will no longer obey the Ottoman rule, and European countries will clearly see the weak nature of the Ottoman Empire. Therefore, even if the army is at an absolute disadvantage, he can only expect the army to perform well to save the situation. It is a pity that he underestimated the strength of the Balkan countries and overestimated the quality of the Ottoman army. Even if Macedonia lost, he did not dare to back down on the outside of Western Thrace, the Ottoman capital. Now only he personally commands hope to restore the situation. May Allah bless it. The next morning, in a small village called Polonica, the 1st Division, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Battalion and 7th Company got up early. After breakfast, they will head to Lulburgas, 16 kilometers away, under the leadership of Company Commander Sackdorf. Last night, the battalion headquarters sent a messenger saying that today the entire regiment will be entrenched. The Ottoman army there attacked. This made Captain Sackdorf and 2nd Lieutenant Bodnov, who had long wanted to fight the Ottoman army, happy. So get the soldiers up for breakfast early in the morning, intending to reconcile with these pagan armies, liberate the oppressed and suffering people of Western Thrace and bathe them in the light of the Lord's mercy. Captain Sackdorf walked over to Lieutenant Bodnov after breakfast and asked aloud to his deputy, "Lieutenant Bodnov, are you all here?" Facing the question of his superior, Lieutenant Bodnov also answered loudly. After deducting the cooking class from the Quanlian, the actual number of people is 258, and the number has reached 258. The Quanlian has already arrived. Captain Sackdorf was satisfied with his deputy's answer, and after showing the majesty of his company commander, he ordered, "Prepare 2 columns and set off." Following Sackdorf's orders, the 7th Company began its march towards Lüleburgis in 2 columns. Like them, many of the subordinates of the 1st Division scattered nearby got up early and marched in neat steps towards the predetermined location, Lüleburgis. Looking down from the sky, the 1st Division followed like a stream joining a river, and the marching route was on the road, approaching Lüleburgis as it approached noon. The 1st Division has reached the outskirts of Lüleburgis. Lüleburgis is located in a gap in the small mountain range of Gaslow, and there is a road leading to Istanbul, which is also the reason why the Ottoman Empire cannot give up. After the 7th Company joined the large units of the 1st Division and came here, they built their positions first, while the 2nd Regiment, which belonged to the 7th Company, rested. The Ottoman army had no plans to send troops to harass, and they quietly watched the moves of the 1st Division with their little round hats on. After lunch, the launching position had already been built. The artillerymen belonging to the 1st Division pulled the cannon to the newly constructed gun emplacement and dug out the fresh soil. When the artillery emplacement was full, the 7th Company also entered a launching position with the 2nd Regiment. The company commander Sackdorf encouraged his subordinates loudly. "Those Ottoman troops are like quails. As long as you get ahead of them, these people will run away. So now you just have to charge forward to win." When Captain Sackdorf encouraged his subordinates, Major General Tashuai was also observing the Ottoman positions with a high-powered telescope and the temporary headquarters of the 1st Division. After observing the opposite Ottoman positions, Major General Tashuai spoke to Donatov, the division chief of staff, beside him. "This tentative attack is not easy to fight." Donatov, the chief of staff who was observing with him, agreed. "Yeah, I see that the number of people in the opposite position is not less than our 1st Division, and our artillery is not dominant, so I suggest that you test the strength of this attack a little bit." Hearing the suggestion of the chief of staff, the division commander, Major General Tashuai, replied after thinking about it, "Fair enough." After replying to the chief of staff, Commander Tashuai checked the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock and he ordered the staff around him, "Let the artillery fire first." Under the order of Major General Tashuai, the 54 artillery pieces brought by the 1st Division launched a fierce artillery attack on the Ottoman frontline positions. For a while, gunpowder smoke filled the position, and Ottoman soldiers could be seen killed on the position from time to time. Captain Sackdorf, who was in the starting position, saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Well played." This scene of gunpowder smoke, coupled with the excitement of launching an attack, made him emotionally excited. However, due to the lack of ammunition, the shelling came and went quickly, and it stopped after only half an hour. At this time, they heard their head shouting loudly, "Attack!" Captain Sackdorf rushed out of the trench first and roared in the lead, "Follow me." When the soldiers of the 7th Company saw their company commander's actions, they rushed out with great pride, and the other companies of the 2nd Regiment also rushed forward. Major General Tashuai, who was observing the attack in the headquarters, nodded and was satisfied with the belligerence of his soldiers on the battlefield. Sackdorf, who took the lead, led the soldiers of the 2nd Regiment to the position of the Ottoman army. The defensive artillery fire arrived as scheduled, bombarding the offensive troops of the 2nd Regiment. From time to time, soldiers were affected by the explosion of artillery shells, and many Bulgarian soldiers fell on the way to charge point. Because the Ottoman artillery aimed at most of the 2nd Regiment's follow-up, the 7th Company, that charged first, had few casualties, but the company commander Sackdorf was still alive and well. Point of course, the artillery of the 1st Division would not allow its troops to bear the shelling alone. When the Ottoman artillery appeared to bombard the Bulgarian army, the counter-attack artillery also hit the defenders' gun positions, reminding them not to forget their existence. So the Ottoman artillery divided half of the artillery to counter-attack the Bulgarian 1st Division artillery, which relieved the pressure of the attacking 2nd Regiment a lot. Along the way, the 2nd Regiment was charged up by the Ottoman army shelling, and Captain Sackdorf was still leading the way. After running 250 meters away from the Ottoman first line position, he raised his vigilance, and when he saw the small round cap unique to the Ottoman army appeared in front of him, he became even more vigilant. He shouted after seeing the Ottoman troops in the trenches raising their guns, "Lie down!" The whole person fell on the low-lying terrain in front of him, and his body was close to the ground. After the subordinates behind him heard him shout, they all fell to the ground. A burst of gunfire rang out, and many Bulgarian soldiers who were too late to lie down were hit, and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The soldiers behind didn't have time to grieve, and continued to charge. Sackdorf and his subordinates lay on the ground to fight back, while waiting for the follow-up soldiers of the 2nd Regiment to follow. For a while in front of the position, the soldiers of the two sides fought very lively. Seeing that the follow-up troops were following, Sackdorf quickly got up, holding a pistol in one hand and waving a command knife in the other, and shouted, "Come on!" The soldiers of the 7th Company stood up and charged with their heroic company commander. Sackdorf hid left and right like a civet cat and quickly approached the Ottoman position, surprising the Ottoman soldiers on the position. Taking advantage of their astonishment, Sackdorf jumped into position. Before they could react, they took a pistol and shot a few Ottoman soldiers beside them. These soldiers were hit by pistols at close range and fell to the ground. Sackdorf threw his unloaded pistol at a soldier who was aiming at him. Snap! The soldier he interfered with was shot and missed. Of course, Sackdorf would not give him a second chance. He picked up the saber in his hand and rushed in front of him, dodged his thrust sideways, and killed him with a backhand knife. In just a few seconds, he killed a few Ottoman soldiers by himself, and the other Ottoman soldiers were stunned by his heroic performance. At this time, the soldiers of the 7th Company and the 2nd Regiment also rushed into the trenches, and for a while, both sides fought hand to hand. Over time, the Ottoman soldiers gradually lost to the Bulgarian soldiers, and at this time a large number of Ottoman troops came in from the rear of the position. The 2nd Regiment commander who followed the soldiers shouted, "Retreat!" The Bulgarian soldiers ran out of the Ottoman trenches that they had finally invaded and ran towards their positions. Major General Ploiesti, who was watching the battle from the rear, commented on the attack to the Chief of Staff beside him. The soldiers did a good job. Indeed. Hearing what the Chief of Staff agreed, Major General Ploiesti sighed and continued, "However, our strength is still not enough. The Ottoman army's 2nd line positions are only half used, and the 3rd line positions are completely unresponsive, indicating that they are full of troops. And I noticed that only half of the gun positions on the positions opened fire, and the other half were completely silent. There was only the sound of rifles, and no machine gun movement in the position, and the position was broken by one blow from us. This was tempting me to continue to invest in troops and increase the attack. He underestimated me too much." Hearing Major General Toshev's analysis, Chief of Staff Donatov asked, "How do we send a message to the Lieutenant General? Let's just say that in Lulburgas, the enemy's troops are strong, and our 1st Army is estimated to be unable to take it down." After Major General Ploiesti finished his Chief of Staff, he planned to return to the command point, but after taking 2 steps, he turned and spoke. "I admire the commander at the forefront of the attack and run today. You can give me a compliment. Okay, I like honoring heroic subordinates the most," Chief of Staff Donatov said with a smile. He also liked this heroic officer a little. Captain Sackdorf didn't know that his performance like a god of war was seen by the 2 division level chief officers, but he would soon find out. In this probing attack, the 1st Division tested the strength of the Ottoman positions at the cost of 549 casualties. At the cost of 443 people, the Ottoman army failed to lure the 1st Division to continue the attack. I believe that the two sides will have the opportunity to fight again soon. PS The next chapter is estimated to be late, and the steamed bread has not been saved. I found a problem. The daily update volume is more than 5,000 words, but the recommended votes are still dropping. How can I say this? Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Equals. Chapter 122 Battle of Lulburgas 3. It seems that the strength in Lulburgas is very strong. Otherwise Major General Tashuai will die without launching an attack. Lieutenant General Serkitinchev, commander of the 1st Army, who was holding a telegram from the 1st Division in his hand, said to his Chief of Staff, Major General Kazdev. Major General Kazdev has also been in the army for many years. Before serving in the staff, he has been engaged in staff work. After the formation of the 1st Army, he was transferred to serve as the Chief of Staff. From the current point of view, Major General Kazdev and Lieutenant General Serkitinchev are working well together. After analyzing the intelligence obtained by Kazdev, Chief of Staff suggested, it seems that the Ottoman positions from Lulburgas to Budahasa are not something that our 1st Army can ignore. The situation in the 1st Division is not a special case. It also happened in the 10th Division on the left flank. Happening. After much thought, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev told the Chief of Staff his decision. Send a message to General Radiko Dmitriev of the 3rd Army, let them meet with us, and smash this line of defense of the Ottoman Army. Look at the history of this line of defense of the Ottoman Army. Commander Nazim Pasha. Can we attack? This method is good, and I agree with it. After applying a word from his partner, Chief of Staff Kazdev arranged for a report to the 3rd Army. At the headquarters of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Division, the Division Chief of Staff Donatov, accompanied by the commander of the 2nd Regiment Capacino, was meeting with the hero of the battle, Captain Sakdorf, the 7th Company Commander-Chief of Staff. Donatov said to Captain Sakdorf, who was standing straight in front of him, with delighted eyes, Captain Sakdorf, your performance in this battle has opened my eyes to the division commander, and everyone in the 1st Division should applaud your heroic performance. I hope you will continue to do better in the next battle. Let us see your performance. After this battle is over, I will apply for a 2nd-class hero medal for you. Hearing that the Chief of Staff of the company applied for the 2nd-class combat hero medal, Sakdorf's expression couldn't hold back any longer. He grinned, getting carried away with joy, and patted Chief of Staff Donatov on the shoulder. Said, thanks to the Chief of Staff for his love for me. I will definitely perform better and make myself worthy of this medal. Facing the happy and somewhat rude behavior of the company commander under his command, Captain Kaposno planned to scold him, but he was stopped by Chief of Staff Donatov with a wave. After slapping the Chief of Staff on the shoulder, Captain Sakdorf felt a little overwhelmed by his own gaffe. Seeing Captain Sakdorf's reaction, Chief of Staff Donatov didn't mind at all. Soldiers should be bold and unpretentious, and he has also seen exaggerated performances. He consoled the Captain Sakdorf. Captain Sakdorf, let go of your nervousness. I don't mind what happened just now, but I'm very happy, which shows that you treat me as a friend. After hearing the words of Donatov, the Chief of Staff, to comfort him, Sakdorf also hurriedly rounded up the situation for himself. Yes, the Chief of Staff is right. I just want to express that the Chief of Staff is a friend. After speaking, Captain Sakdorf did not forget to grin and laugh twice. Seeing the appearance of his own company commander playing a treasure, Captain Capacino wanted to kick him out, which was too embarrassing. Captain Sakdorf, are you alright? Captain Capacino gave his subordinates steps, hoping that he would go out quickly and not make the atmosphere stiff. In the end, he has been the company commander for many years, and Sakdorf still knows clearly about the temperament of the commander, and quickly took over and said, the division chief of staff, the head of the regiment, if I have nothing to do, I will go out first. Go. Captain Kaposno did not wait for Chief of Staff Donatov to speak before agreeing. After seeing Captain Sakdorf leave, Chief of Staff Donatov smiled and pointed to what Captain Kaposno said. You still love your subordinates so much, and I don't blame him. Not to mention the chat between Chief of Staff Donatov and Capo Donatov Snow. Captain Sakdorf, who walked out of the command, finally let go of his uneasy heart. How is the company commander? Deputy Bodnov suddenly jumped out from the side, startling Sakdorf. After seeing that it was his deputy, he answered loudly, The Chief of Staff intends to apply for the second class combat hero medal for me. Hearing the words of his company commander sacked off, Lieutenant Bodnov had an envious expression on his face. This medal is difficult to obtain, and generally requires a decisive contribution to the battle to meet the requirements. Apparently Chief of Staff Donatov felt that his performance in yesterday's battle met the above criteria. The two returned to the company, and Lieutenant Bodnov quickly spread the news that the company commander had been applied for the second class hero medal. It attracted the envy of the soldiers of the 7th Company, and also made the other companies jealous. In his heart, he planned to perform well in the next battle, and also put a medal on himself. The news quickly reached the Chief of Staff, who just smiled, still satisfied with his temporary decision. A medal in exchange for the high fighting spirit of the troops made him feel that it was worth it. At the headquarters of the 3rd Group, General Matreev was watching the telegram sent to him by the 1st Army, when the 1st Division caused a little disturbance with the medal. After he read it, he put down the telegram in his hand, and said to Chief of Staff Ratevasev with a smile, "It seems that this is the largest force of the Ottoman army in Western Thrace. If you destroy them, you can directly threaten the security of Istanbul. Then we will be under great pressure." Chief of Staff Ratevasev also said with a smile, "But this is also the reason why we can get the most loot this time." General Matreev agreed. "Yes, we contributed the most, and took the biggest piece of the cake. Fortunately, Romania, the strongest, did not send troops this time, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get so much." Hearing his partner talk about Romania, Chief of Staff Ratevasev was also filled with emotion. Romania has always been the strongest of several independent Balkan countries, and Bulgaria's biggest concern, aside from its former suzerain, the Ottomans, is its neighbor. Especially in recent years, Romania has developed rapidly, and his army has also completed the standing construction. Bulgaria's pressure is even greater. This time, Romania is pulled into the alliance, and their military as well is the strongest. In order to cope with the pressure from Romania over the years, Bulgaria has also purchased a lot of additional weapons. Despite this, the pressure has not eased at all, and it is still increasing. Who makes Bulgaria run out of money? Bulgaria also doesn't want to fight a two-front war, and both are strong. Among them, the Ottoman army is stronger than the crowd, with a population of nearly 30 million. No one can say how many troops can be drawn. The Romanian army is strong, well equipped, and well trained, and can pull out 7 or 8 million troops when necessary. When the two talked about Romania, they couldn't talk anymore. Finally, Chief of Staff Ratevasev said, "I will send a telegram to the various ministries, asking them to speed up their steps, to join the First Army, and strive to defeat the Ottoman army from Lurks to Budapest as soon as possible." PS The last chapter did not make it clear. The monthly ticket recommendation ticket subscription is required. For the sake of the steamed buns, all book friends, please pull the steamed buns. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 The Battle of Lurks 4. Romanian Eagle. After receiving a telegram from Lieutenant General Serkitinchev, it took the 3rd Army 3 days to reach the front and join the 1st Army. Lieutenant General Serkitinchev and Chief of Staff Major General Kazdev were at the headquarters to welcome General Matreev. When General Matreev was still some distance away from him, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev greeted him with a smile on his face and told the commander of the 3rd Army, "General Matreev welcomes you." General Matreev said, while holding the hand that greeted Lieutenant General Serkitinchev. "This time, we will work together to defeat the enemy forces from Lurks to Budapest as soon as possible. It would be great if we can capture the Austrian Commander-in-Chief Zampasha." Hearing General Matreev say that he wants to capture the Austrian Commander-in-Chief Zampasha, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev knows that this is just a good wish difficult thing. After the two were polite, under the leadership of Lieutenant General Serkitinchev, General Matreev entered the command of the 1st Army. A military map has been laid out by the staff here long ago, and the distribution of the enemy along the line from Lulbergus to Budahasa is marked in blue and red. Lieutenant General Circuitanchev walked to the map, took a baton handed to him by the staff, and began to explain the current situation. Now the Austrian army is concentrated on the line from Lulbergus to Budahasa to stop us. Among them, we have verified that there are about 50,000 Austrian troops in Lulbergus and 45,000 in Budahasa. The Austrian army on the left and right. There are a large number of field fortifications built in these two places, but due to the relationship of time, the fortifications are all civil, and not too strong. There are about 50,000 Austrian troops defending according to the terrain relationship. We can't outflank them, so we can only attack. After hearing Lieutenant General Circuitanchev explain the current situation, General Matreev asked, "What is the plan of the First Army?" Lieutenant General Circuitanchev knew what General Matreev meant, and told the plan. He agreed with the staff. Our plan is that our First Army will storm Lulbergus, and your Third Army will storm Budahasa. As for the Ottoman army between the two, we will each send a division to contain them. After discussing with General Matreev and Chief of Staff Ratevasev around him, they all agreed that the plan was fair. It's a good plan. We do as above. General Matreev's answer made Lieutenant General Circuitanchev a sigh of relief. He is not afraid that the plan will not pass, and he will not look good, but if he continues to design the plan, it will delay time, and the defense line facing everyone will be strengthened. Now that everyone is satisfied with this plan, it could not be better. After the respective targets are clearly divided, it is now time to determine the attack time. Lieutenant General Circuitanchev asked, "When do you think we can start the attack?" In the face of Lieutenant General Circuitanchev's question, General Matreev calculated in his mind that the troops would move to the starting point, and that they would have to rest for a while. "Can we start at 10 in the morning the day after tomorrow? This time is very reasonable." Lieutenant General Circuitanchev also agreed. The last two armies reached an attack on the Ottoman army's Lulbergus to Budahasa line on November 6th. The commander, due to the late arrival of the Third Army and the reasons for his seniority, moved from the west. Lieutenant General Circuitanchev served. After coordinating the steps of the two sides, General Matreev did not have time to chat, and directly took his own people to Budahasa to take over the defense line, preparing for the arrangements before the storm. Lieutenant General Circuitanchev also began to arrange an attack on Lulbergus. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was November 6th, on which both armies were ready for the war. As time went on, Lieutenant General Circuitanchev looked at the pocket watch in his hand. When the needle turned to 10 in the morning, before the Ottoman armed Lulbergus reached the first line position in Budahasa, the artillery, the sound burst, and the battle between the Ottoman army and Bulgaria began again. Quickly move forward. In front of the Lulbergus position, the officer of the 3rd Division, who took the lead in attacking, led the soldiers to charge the Ottoman position. On the defensive side, the Ottoman army was not to be outdone. In the face of the Bulgarian army's offensive, it was also full of firepower. Rifles and machine guns sounded on the position. The Ottoman army knew that this was a strong attack by Bulgaria, and they were also fighting back desperately for themselves and the country. The attacking Bulgarian army suffered heavy casualties, and the large number of casualties weakened the attacking 3rd Division. Seeing that a large number of wounded from the 3rd Division were sent down, Sackdorf and his party, who were watching the battle behind, looked at each other in dismay. His bravery doesn't mean he has no brains. If he had this firepower during the first offensive, he probably wouldn't be able to fight, even if he had 9 lives. Obviously, the previous attack was an illusion, and it should be a hard fight next. What should we do next? Company commander, the deputy Bodnov, was obviously stunned by the casualties, and asked his company commander, "Everyone will be smart when the time comes. Follow me and watch my actions." Sackdorf also has no good solution. In large-scale battles, his battlefield skills are not very useful, and he can only test his luck. But in front of his subordinates, of course he couldn't say that, so he had to let them follow him, hoping to give Kilian a few more people. At this time, a regimental messenger came to give them an order. "Captain Sackdorf, the commander asked you to prepare for the afternoon, and the whole regiment will launch an attack." Captain Sackdorf replied to the messenger, "Okay, our 7th company will be ready. Although I want to keep the soldiers safe, But after the order is issued, it still chooses to execute. After all, a soldier must be prepared to sacrifice for the country, and now he is ready. Although the attack has continued, the sound of gunfire on the battlefield has not ceased. However, after lunch, the 7th Company was ready, and they were waiting for their commander, Caposno, to issue an order. Sackdorf, who had been observing his regiment commander, saw the regiment commander waving forward, and shouted to the soldiers behind him, "It's our turn." After he finished speaking, he was still the first to rush out of the position, and the soldiers behind him also rushed into the battlefield with his company commander. The soldiers of the 1st Division and the 2nd Regiment all rushed out of the position and launched a charge. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Chapter 124 The Battle of Lulburgas. Sackdorf, who launched the charge, shouted to the soldiers behind him as he charged forward. Come on, don't stop. Near the rifle range of the position, Sackdorf continued to command his own soldiers bend down and pay attention to the front position. Despite the command of the company commander Sackdorf, some soldiers were still being hit, and he was worried in his eyes, but this time Osman's position was too powerful, and they rushed to a distance of 200 meters from the position. Can't move. Lulburgas commander also Pasha, who was watching the battle behind the Ottoman positions, nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the Bulgarian army was blocked in front of the position. Before the first army attacked, he had already transferred the troops in the rear to be supported. Now that there are nearly 50,000 people in Lulburgas, it is of course impossible to attack the divisions. In turn. The 1st Division commander, Major General Tashui, who was watching the battle, saw that his troops were blocked from attacking and picked up the phone next to him and ordered the artillery commander. The artillery can suppress the 2nd and 3rd line positions with all their strength, and they cannot be reinforced. The task of suppressing the Ottoman artillery is left to the military artillery. You only need to suppress the infantry in the position. Under the constant attack of the artillery of the 1st Division, the 2nd Regiment barely reached the front line and could not move and had to retreat. In the headquarters of the 1st Army, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev also saw the plight of the 1st Division in his eyes. The Ottoman position on the opposite side is still very strong. We will suffer a lot from this fight. Major General Kazdias said that he was in the predicament of the 1st Army's offensive. Hearing the words of his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev said, "I have seen that Osman's deployment is to strengthen the empty rear of the first line positions. If it weren't for the terrain constraints, I would have let him know the end of this." Major General Kazdev also saw it, but in Lulburgas, the place is stuck in the mountain pass, with mountains on both sides blocking the battalion company because of its small size and the lack of heavy weapons such as artillery. Over the mountain, the defending army has been waiting in front of you for a long time. In addition, the artillery is now weak to suppress the defenders who have positions, so also Pasha dares to put a large number of troops on the 1st and 2nd line positions. Although the Ottoman army is still defending well, I already have a way to break through their defenses. Hearing that the Commander-in-Chief, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev, had a solution, Major General Kazdias asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Facing the question of his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Serkitinchev said his own way. Tomorrow I plan to concentrate the troops of the 1st and 3rd Divisions. Except for the necessary defensive troops, all the others will be put into the battlefield. The artillery is also doing its best to ensure the suppression of the opponents. I plan to attack the front line positions on the opposite side. Fighting is much better." Hearing Lieutenant General Serkitinchev's one-shot deal, Chief of Staff Major General Kazdev asked worriedly, "Is this in a hurry?" Lieutenant General Serkitinchev heard the intention of the Chief of Staff and used such an extreme method from the beginning. If they did not break the defense line, they would be greatly injured, and the casualties of this attack mode would not be small. He explained to his Chief of Staff, "This is the best way I've come up with, and there's nothing more effective than this. Then do as you say." Major General Kazdev accepted his proposal after a moment's thought. Soon telegrams to change the attack pattern in the 1st Army were sent to the headquarters of the 2 divisions. Faced with the orders of their superiors, the 2 division commanders had nothing to say, and both were preparing for tomorrow's attack. The 2nd Regiment of the 7th Company only retreated at 5 o'clock. The 7th Company lost 57 soldiers in the previous attack and sat down to the side. to rest. Second Lieutenant Bodnov also sat down beside him and said to his company commander, "The firepower on the opposite side is too fierce and we have lost a lot of money." Faced with the situation, Bodnov said, Sackdorf had no good solution. After all, the loss was so big this time, and only 182 of the 9 people returned to their positions when they attacked. So I had to say, there's no way to do this. I hope I can lose a little less. Captain Sackdorf is on the yard. While the two were talking about the loss of the 7th Company, the regiment's messenger came to the 7th Company to look for him. Sackdorf stood up and spoke to the messenger. "I'm here. What's the matter?" The regiment commander ordered that the entire regiment attack the left wing position early tomorrow morning. Captain Sackdorf replied after hearing the order. It was the regiment commander. "Okay, our 7th Company will be ready tomorrow morning." After seeing the regimental commander leave, Lieutenant Bodnov came over. "It looks like there will be a big move tomorrow." It seems that Lieutenant Bodnov heard it too. Captain Sackdorf said to his deputy with a stern face, "Okay, don't talk about the actions above, or you will suffer after a night's rest." The First Army was ready for battle the next day. At 8:30 in the morning, with the order of Lieutenant General Surkitinchev, the commander-in-chief, the 267 artillery pieces of the First Army opened fire on the front-line positions. This fierce artillery fire caught the Ottoman troops on the front line by surprise, and the casualties soared. The Ottoman artillery, unwilling to be attacked by their own army, also joined the counterattack. As a result, the Bulgarian artillery did not care about their own safety at all and kept shelling the defensive positions, which confused the commander of the defense. After a flurry of shelling, Bulgarian artillery was now bombarding between the first and second line positions, intercepting possible reinforcement. The 1st and 3rd divisions charged, except for one regiment's strength. Seeing the actions of the Bulgarian army, also Pasha was greatly surprised and cried out. It turned out that some of the troops in the frontline positions were withdrawn by him last night, and he planned to give these soldiers a good rest. Now facing the decisive charge of the First Army, the troops who stayed behind could not be transported at all. Now he can only order the troops that returned last night to be strengthened to the second line positions. At the same time, he ordered the artillery to give up the counterattack against the Bulgarian artillery and to bombard the 1st and 3rd divisions that were charging. After being intercepted by artillery fire, the Bulgarian army that launched the charge appeared in front of the first line position, and the Austrian soldiers on the position were also fighting back with all their strength. However, there were too many soldiers in the charge, and they were completely unable to counterattack. The Bulgarian army suffered casualties and rushed into the position. Kill a Bulgarian soldier or with a ferocious face, restrained the Austrian soldier in front of him, and stabbed the bayonet into the stomach of the Austrian soldier with a thrust. The Austrian soldier who was stabbed by him fell softly into the trench, his eyes gradually losing color. Just when the Bulgarian soldier was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. It turned out that another Austrian soldier took advantage of his unpreparedness and stabbed his lower abdomen with a bayonet from the side. In the trenches, next to the soldier who was stabbed to death by himself. From the moment the Bulgarian soldiers rushed into the position, a hand-to-hand battle began. However, in the face of a steady stream of defenders, the Ottoman troops on the front lines also began to show their lack of support. This made also Pasha secretly anxious at the headquarters behind the position, but he could not do anything in the face of the intercepting fire of the Bulgarian artillery. In addition, sending troops to support now is a fueling tactic, and it is impossible to be an opponent of the Bayojan. He can only hope that the second line positions can be defended. The Ottoman army, who could not get reinforcement, began to flee back after struggling for a while. Don't stop, keep charging. Following the orders of the various commanders, the Bulgarian army followed the retreating Ottoman army and launched an attack on the second line positions. The Ottoman troops in the second line position saw the Bulgarian soldiers who were following the retreating friendly forces and fired snipers. However, due to the cover of their own people and their concerns, few Bayo soldiers were hit. Get out of the way. The Ottoman troops on the ground shouted. The retreating soldiers who had recovered their senses began to retreat to both sides, revealing the guards who followed them. This increased the casualties of the Bulgarian army a lot, but the distance between the two was already very close, and the Bulgarian army broke into the second line of defense despite the casualties. The 7th Company also followed the main force into the position. Captain Sakharov's pistol had long since been lost while attacking the first line positions. He waved his saber and shouted to an Ottoman soldier in front of him, "Go to hell." The Ottoman soldier facing him raised his rifle and blocked his slash. Sakharov kicked him down with a kick and again swung the saber, killing the Ottoman soldier. After Sakharov defeated the soldier, he rushed into the fray again. In the hand-to-hand combat, Bulgaria's training advantages gradually emerged, and they often attacked each other in small groups. The disadvantage of the Ottoman army's lack of training was also magnified, and they were not as high morale as the Bulgarian army, and they were gradually at a disadvantage. Alza Pasha, who was watching from behind the defensive position, was very anxious. He had already put all the troops he could draw into the second line position. Now the third line positions are almost empty, and now he can only pray for the protection of Allah. Unfortunately, this is the world of science, and neither Allah nor God can bless him. The Ottoman army in the second line position also showed a lack of support, and also Pasha knew that he had no choice at all. Sure enough, the Ottoman army had begun to flee under the pressure of the Bulgarian army. This made the other Ottoman soldiers even more demoralized, and the Bayo army saw this phenomenon and the attack became more violent. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Ottoman army was finally unable to return to the sky and the whole line collapsed. Seeing the Ottoman soldiers fleeing all over the mountains and fields, the guards shouted loudly, "Allah!" In the battle that decided the ownership of Western Thrace, Bulgaria invested 190,000 troops, while the Ottomans invested 140,000. After a few days of fighting, the Bulgarian victory ended. Of these, the Bulgarians suffered 27,000 casualties, while the Ottomans suffered 56,000 casualties. 23,000 were lost in the retreat, and the Ottoman army's ordnance was also lost a lot. Bulgaria just captured 134 artillery pieces, which effectively supplemented their losses. Now, except for Adrianople, which is still in the hands of the Ottomans, the rest of Western Thrace will not be able to withstand the Bulgarian attack. P.S. Mantou didn't expect that people don't like to describe the battles of other countries. Next time, I must briefly talk about it. It's still various requests. The uncles are pitiful for the poor steamed buns, so let's count the tickets and subscribe. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. Chapter 125 Ottoman Summation. The light of the early winter sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and Edel also woke up. Looking at his wife, Sophie Mary, who was still sleeping beside him, he gently took his wife's jade arm away from his chest, but he didn't expect this action to wake her up. Edel, you're awake. Hearing his wife's crisp voice, Edel smiled at her and said, "No way. The recent situation in the Balkans has prevented me from being distracted. It's been a long time for you." Sophie Mary said understandingly, "I know that as a royal heir, you need to pay attention to your country, and so does my uncle." Hearing his wife's understanding, Edel kissed her and said, "Mary was able to marry a beautiful and understanding wife like you, which is a gift from God to me." Hearing Edel's love words, Sophie Mary thought of the madness of the two last night and said a little shyly, "Okay, Edel, you have to get up, or the captain of the guard will knock on the door." Edel got up and got dressed, walked out of the room, and saw the head guard just coming. "Kerist, are you here so early?" "Yes, your highness." After responding to the crown prince, the head of the guard told the latest situation of the Balkan War. "Just received information that Bulgaria has won the Ottoman army at Lulaburgas in Western Thrace." He walked to Edel and handed the telegram to the crown prince. Edel watched the telegram and walked to his office. The telegram was sent by Major General Farit, the head of the Romanian Observation Corps. It described in detail the situation of the frontline battle between the Bulgarian and Ottoman troops from Lulburgas to Budahasa. In it, he also mentioned the military literacy and the use of tactics of the armies of both sides. It is believed that the Bulgarian army has morale that is not lost to the European powers, but its weapons, equipment, and tactics are still relatively poor. It is not surprising that the Ottoman army, which is not well equipped and has poor morale, has a crushing effect. At the end he compared the armies of Bulgaria and Romania. Among them, the gap between the Bulgarian army and Romania at the battalion level is relatively small, but with the attachment of machine guns, Romania has a slight advantage in firepower and professional soldiers, and at the brigade level Romania has a lot of advantages over the Bulgarian army. At the division level, Bulgaria is absolutely no match for Romania's division. Even if they have an absolute advantage in numbers, Romania will suppress it through superior firepower. As for the army level, Romania can crush Bulgaria, because Romania will assign several independent heavy artillery regiments to the army when it forms the army level. Now Romania has trained 5 heavy artillery regiments, including 3 150 heavy artillery regiments, 10 heavy artillery regiment. There is also a 240 siege artillery regiment. This year, a 150 heavy artillery regiment will be compiled and trained, and the final 0 heavy artillery regiment will be compiled and trained next year. Edel walked into the office and just finished reading the telegram, put the telegram that condensed Major General Friet's efforts on the table, and turned to tell the captain of the guards about the Balkan War situation. It seems that the Ottoman territories in Europe have been divided up, and their troops in Europe are almost finished. It seems so. After agreeing with the Crown Prince's opinion, the captain of the guard Karist continued to talk about his own opinion. But it depends on whether Osman can move faster. Now the situation is almost one-sided. If you admit defeat earlier, you can retain some strength for your country. They say this because, after the Serbian army won the Battle of Kumanovo, the Montenegrin army occupied Macedonia and the Adriatic coast. The Bulgarian army won the battle from Lulaburgas to Budahisa, and it is only logical that other parts of western Thrace in addition to Istanbul would be occupied by it. The Greek army also captured the Aegean Islands and East Thrace. The Ottoman army had retreated to a limited number of strongholds such as Adrianople, Aranana and Shkodra. Anyone with a discerning eye can now see that the Ottomans have been completely defeated in this war, and the only chance for the Ottomans now is to defeat the Greek navy and ship the troops from Asia. But this has become an impossible task for the Ottoman navy. At this time the Greek navy consisted of 3 battleships and 1 brand new armored cruiser, which was donated to his homeland by the patriotic Greek-American millionaire George Averov, who was also the host for the first Olympic Games in 1896. Donors, 7 destroyers and several torpedo boats. The Ottoman Navy is a tragedy. In the 40 years from 1872 to 1913, Turkey has only 4 new main ships in service, and the Navy has almost become an outcast of the empire. Despite this, the Ottoman Navy was dispatched, and they fought 2 impressive naval battles with the Greek Navy near the islands of Ely and Lemnos, but they were still unable to fight. Now the countries of Europe are talking about the performance of the countries in this Balkan War, in which the performance of the Ottoman army may be negative. Among the Balkan countries, the performance of the Bulgarian army is most appreciated by all countries. Now some newspapers call it the Prussia of the Balkans. This made Edel a little unhappy. The performance of the Serbian army is also remarkable. The Greek army also performed quite well in this war, especially his navy made an indelible contribution to the Balkan War. Now that the Ottoman Empire seeks peace, it needs the consent of King Ferdinand I of Bulgaria. Edel expressed his opinion. The captain of the guard asked in confusion after hearing the Crown Prince's opinion. Why Bulgaria? Facing the question from the head guard, Edel said with a smile. Because the Bulgarian army is in western Thrace, closest to Istanbul. We need to see if he has any other ideas for the city. In the days that followed, the Ottoman government appealed to Ferdinand, commander-in-chief, for peace, proposing an armistice. Ferdinand I, ambitious to take Istanbul, rejected the offer, and ordered the attack on the Ottoman positions at Çatalca on the coast of the Sea of Marmara. It was fortified and defended with field and coastal artillery. The offensive and defensive battle of Çatalca was one of the most intense battles of the First Balkan War. It was under the command of the combined armies of the Bulgarian 1st and 3rd Armies, under the general command of Lieutenant General Radko Dimitriev, in an attempt to defeat the Ottoman defenders in the area and break through the capital Constantinople, the last line of defense. However, high casualties forced the Bulgarians to abandon the attack and allow the opponent to take the victory. It was the largest military achievement of the Ottoman army during the entire war and the first major defeat of the Bulgarian army since its formation in 1878. The battle also put Ferdinand's ambitions in Istanbul in vain, and Russia, who supported him, warned him that he could stop the war. In the end, Ferdinand accepted the truce proposal and signed an armistice agreement with Turkey on November 1. Shortly thereafter, the Balkan League and Turkey began peace talks in London. 8. Look for the following URLs and others are counterfeit. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.